It is Tuesday, the 13th of August 2024, and 36 minutes gone past 1500 hours. It is British summertime. We here live on Aqua24 Radio, Brabapa Radio, as well as Aqua24 Radio GH with another edition of Bamaso. You can equally catch us on Facebook, Aqua24 Radio Stroke TV, and on YouTube, Aqua24 Radio, Twitter, now X, at Aqua24 Radio. This is where descendant Ghanaians with descendant thoughts we come just to deliberate on all possibilities with which we will be able to use to minister the very beautiful Ghana we are so much looking forward to have. Here, we have come to the understanding that we are the very Ghana that we talk about every now and then. And because we are the very Ghana that we talk about every now and then, it becomes imperative for us to be able to provide that which will cause the Ghana that we want to live in to also come into its own expression. In line with that, it is more to do with we working on ourselves as seriously at all levels so that we will be able to make the Ghana that we want to live in come to its own expression as our lives. You know one thing, it's very interesting. It is quite interesting in the sense that when you consider the amount of time we spend working on others, that amount of time we spend in trying to get others to change, just consider it. When you just critically look at that, you realize if we were to spend that same time on ourselves, we would have been much better. And truly, when we become that much better, we will be able to cause others to change. And that is why that very wise man, Brother Dr. Ishmael Tete, said, when you change your consciousness towards anyone, you will be able to change that person. So look at it this way. Look at the energy we use to become so critical on the actions of others. When it comes to politics, especially back in our country, Ghana, how both sides are able to become so critical of the actions of the other. Just consider how it works. If the NDC is talking about the NPP, they want to cross all the I's and cross all the T's. Yes, they want to do that. They are so critical. Likewise, when the NPP would want to, talk about matters of the NDC, they go into details, so much details, so critical of the actions and inactions of the other. Now look at it this way. If both were to become so critical of their own, what do you think would happen? And that should be the case. How one is able to critically assess the other. If they were able to critically assess themselves, just imagine what would have happened. And that is the ideal situation. Because as I've always been saying, you see, we are all of Ghana. But whatever the case may be, we will be coming from a particular corner within Ghana. And that corner that we may be coming from is not to divide us. It is not to take us away from the whole. But it is to identify us as part of the whole. And from that identification, we advance the promotion of the whole. As simple as that. So from whichever corner that you find yourself, you need to other parts as well, right? So I am a part of the whole. It is okay. It's a good thing for me to be critical of other parts as well, in the sense that whatever other parts of the whole do in wherever they find themselves, it affects me because it affects the whole, and I'm part of the whole. So it's a beautiful thing. However, it shouldn't end there. Just as I was able to channel energies to be so critical of others, I should be able to be critical of myself as well. Because if I am not so critical of myself, just as the actions and inactions of others affect me because I'm part of the whole, my actions and inactions also affect the whole, which also affect parts of the whole. So look at it this way. The energy with which you use to become so critical of other, or if say we're talking in the context of our dear nation Ghana, so the energy with which you use to become so critical of another party that you may not belong to. In fact, ideally, as we have spoken about, you stretching one finger on another and then the rest turns back on you, use quadruple or triple that energy to be critical of yourself or to be critical of your own. Yes, use that. Because look at it this way, as I've always been saying, you know your own better than any other person may know. Yes, you are so into detail of yourself than any other person may know. So use triple or even quadruple of that energy you will use to work or to become critical of another, to be critical of yourself. And when you do that, you realize you are becoming so better. And because you are becoming so better, it affects the way you even interact with others. In many instances, you have realized that when one becomes so critical of the other, so critical, and the other person also knows that then you are becoming so critical of me, you are equally doing likewise. So it becomes like, okay, you are being critical of me because of this, but when we become also critical of you, you are doing the same or you are doing similar. So you realize the weight of you being critical on others is lessened because you did not even work on yourself. You weren't even critical of yourself, and then you stopped being critical of yourself, and then you went on to become critical of others. In our personal lives, it happens to us as well. So the very ones who believe in scripture, they will say, take out the log in your eyes before you go out looking out to remove the speck in the eyes of others. Yes, take out the log in your eyes before you go out seeking to remove the speck in other people's eyes. So yes, around here, the bottom line is we work on ourselves, we work on our own. So we don't necessarily sit here and then we begin to be pointing fingers and then blaming and what have you. Work on you. Continue to work on you. There is no end as to how much you'll be able to work on you. Continue to work on you. And as we've always been saying, as you continue to work on you and you get stronger, as you continue to work on you and you become very vibrant, as you work on you and you become very active and effective, you become like a magnet and you attract that which you have come to grow into also in others. And that is why Brother Dr. Ishmael Tete said, you can change anybody in this world when you change your consciousness towards that person. Today is very simple. Let us all become more critical of our own, of ourselves. More critical of our own, of ourselves. And then, when we gain that strength, we will realize that we will be able to support others to also become a better version of themselves. So if you are here You are here to work on yourself. You are here to become a better version of yourself. It starts with you. They even say home. They say home sweet home, but they say charity begins at home. So, if you want to become critical of others, start becoming critical of yourself. Yes, start become very, very critical of yourself, and then you step out. But hey, it's very, very, very challenging, very, very challenging for you to become so critical of your own or of yourself. So easy to point fingers, so easy. And just as when we were talking about this very issue, one of our own also wanted to run away from taking responsibility. So he was saying, oh, when you stretch your hands on someone, the other one does not stretch on you. Right? We always try to run away from taking responsibility. It's very, very challenging. You working on your own, working on yourself is so difficult. So we go with the easier one. Oh, we become critical of others instead of we becoming critical of our own. So just look at it this way. The way the NDC are becoming very, very critical of the NPP. The way the NPP is becoming critical of the NDC. Imagine thrice that energy is used to become critical of their own. So that is to say, the NPP will use 3 times the energy they use to become critical on the NDC on their own. And the NDC will also use 3 times that energy they use to be critical of the NPP on themselves. Just imagine what would happen. Just imagine what would happen. Just imagine. But as it stands now, you bear witness that not even a quarter of the energy they use to work or to be critical of others is used on themselves. Now, a quarter of the energy they use to become so critical of the the opponent, let's put it that way, is not used to become critical on themselves. And hence, we are not growing in our individual corners. So today, the message is very simple. Let us learn to be critical of ourselves, of our own. Yes, it is very, very painful to be critical of your own, but it is the best of all ways to grow and discover the better and amazing version of you. So if you are here, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And chiasron ko kase de mu do ana de mu api enkoma ba bia wo bia sampempensuo wa fidie no eda A24 radio, Abrabapa radio ana A24 radio GH. So Facebook ana awa A24 radio stroke TV ana YouTube A24 radio. Na ene say yaba ya ha nyina ne say yenim se Ghana na ye ka ho asem da ne da nyina ne no ane yen a enti se Ghana na ye ka ho asem ne da ne da nyina no ane yen a de na kire se wo se ye yo de wo se yetumi yo na o man etumi fa ne ntuma pa efra ai asem ne nyina no enti yaba de na kire se ya ye be ye ho aduro ye de ya ho betu table no so we are going to surrender ourselves to the surgical table. Na yes, surrender your home to the surgical table no. Na kire say ma ye ho kwan ama ya ye ho adwuma so wo se twitwa ya ntwitwa yen wo se yesan ya yensan yen de wo se yo bia wo se ye yo e wo ye ho na oman no etimi fa ne ntoma pefra esan se ye no oman no ntino se ye ho yen den ye no maduro no na ye nya yaresa no na kire se oman no so fa ne ntoma pa efra asem ni nyina eno no enti se obepiem wa ha it is more to do with say ye ankase ye ho aduro ye constant personal development. Asem ni nyina no your friend say constant personal development. Now what constant personal development actually say hey nipa yenko yenimu wie da debe yɛnkɔ yɛnim enwie da de bia yegusu aye ho aduro yegusu aye ho adwuma nti nka benya ho sɛde ya utimi ɛto bo ase kyerɛkyerɛ nkromfo nsɛm mu no amanfo wadaji o amanfo utimi nya bre agye bre na ɔma kyerɛkyerɛ amanfo nsɛm mu kyerɛsɛ ɔmo kyerɛkyerɛ mu kama nanso ɛba wɔ man kasa die mu away bas nti sɛdeɛ NDC fo nya bre ɛde kyerɛkyerɛ nsɛm a owura Bawumia aka years ago na ontumi nyɛyɔ no wɔn yɛ ade wɔn yɛ hwɛ wɔn mɛkɔ akɔyi aba sisi a so ana likewise MPP for nso etimi kyerɛkyerɛ owura Bawumia nsɛm mu no wɔn yɛ ade pa wɔn yɛ very very critical hwɛ mahama home kura wɔn nim deɛ ɔpɛ sɛ ɔkyerɛ wallahi hwɛ sɛ yɛ nanka saa energy no sɛ twice even the same mpo kura nanka wɔn yɛ critical of their own in the various corners and can just imagine wa adwene ho hwɛ sɛ deɛ ahoɔden a baako ɛde ɛhwehwɛ baako nsɛm mu sɛ ɔsaa de saa ahoɔden na hwehwɛ ɔno anankasa na sɛm mu a just imagine so just imagine ohwɛ ade na besie ɔman na bɛkɔ na nimpa me nada it says say we will have the best of both. Yes, we will be having the best of both. But the akoya say we will use say if we are just giving it numerical terms 20% energy working on others and we will use 2% working on ourselves. And then akoya abasisi yawo enti we spend more time being critical on others and less time being critical on ourselves. In the case nanka the same energy no I dey critical on others no ye dey hwe ye ho a nka wa hwe ase ne beba ka be ye correct pa correct mu correct indi yenya ne sa ate ba bia wo gina bia kona bia wo bia no anya mfomso so wo kona ho nemom ebe ya mfomso se untumi enyina saa kona ho na wonfa enhwehwe oman Ghana eyiyo eno na be ya mfomso ai baby a wugina no se wo ya santini se wo ya mfantini se wo ya ayigbeni wo ya nkrani wo ya MPP ni wo ya NDC ni wo ya Kristo ni wo ya kremoni wo ya traditionalist na sika for mo ho dia wo ye bia anya mfomso nya mfomso ye why you know ho na ye na mom mfomso ba mu ni se wontumi mfama wontumi mfa ba bia wugina no empushi ana empia o my Ghana ema ne nko nanim na ye mfomso ho na mfomso no wo apart from that no kanya mfomso esan se dia tie bia we will all be coming from a particular corner yenyi na obi abefiri corner bi na emom corner bi a ofiri bia no so ye ho adwuma na eho bright na corner ho bright no my Ghana so bright sa pepe na tie enti mesrawo se ba bia wugina no de opa gina ho a menko gina ho a why na emom se de bedi kan chirichiri mu no said yeah ultimately you're so critical of others no be critical of your own. Be critical of your own. It's only the wise that does that. It's only the wise. The sycophant wouldn't want to do that. No. The sycophant wouldn't want to do that. Be critical of your own. Yes. Be very detailed of your own. The energy you use to assess, evaluate, and work on others. Use 3 times, 4 times that energy to work on yourself. You see, when you become so critical of your owner, you reduce the degree to which others would even get a chance to become critical of you. In the idea or no or say you are already working on yourself. And imagine say and somewhere the NPP is saying about the NDC. The NDC were working on themselves. Hey, over catch them now because we cry and likewise, the things the NDC is becoming so critical of the NPP, so NPP and you see, and NDC for common what they wouldn't be able to say a word if they were already working on the things the opponent, the opposition, or what have you, is becoming critical of. And somewhere the NDC will become critical of concerning the NPP if the NPP were using more of their energies to work on those issues. The NDC would have nothing to say because hey, likewise, Senka and Nema MPP for cover NDC for and Kuomo ye critical of their own dada, and then I MPP for Becca. They're not Becca. Well, they are already working on themselves. Ain't in them make how. Baby, I would never be a and young from swore. Name be critical of your own. Use more energy and be critical of your own. Why? Yes, I did. Webwa. Memoir no nye din on others. Ne drew Diana and I said, yeah, over treble no. Bo honumwa. Bobus akakraka when it comes to others. But when it comes to their own, they become quiet. What kind of life is that? Mesaka biu. And yansafo and that they become critical of their own. It is the wise that become critical of their own. Because the wise knows that when they become critical of their own, when they work on their own, when they cross all the T's and dot all the I's of their owner, it leaves little space for others to even comment or become critical of themselves, of them. Yes, let's put it that way. And see, say me yemi who drew in all corners. Me yemi who drew pa. So, wow, kasa who say me yemi who drew. Ain't no bibi mpusu kura se bra na beka bibi ehedebe echireme. Bibi any who be pusu because one say mo awo kan say menye no already no me ye. Enti busa hu okona na wujina no. Is that what is happening there? Aye. Are you becoming critical of your own? Aye. Said yeah. We over MPP as well. We are critical of the NDC. No. Are you becoming so critical? Three times. We say 3 times or 4 times of the NPP. Are you sure? Are you being so critical? And if you are of the NDC, just as you are being critical of the NPP, no, are you being critical of the NDC as well? And the memo minor anymore. Because in that way, everybody is brightening the corner where they belong. Everybody will be seriously doing that. But hey, 20% energy on others, 2% on ourselves. That is what is going on. Mesrel, wabahano, I have more to do with reprogramming. Yes, it's a no. Yes, it's a no. It's answer. In Ajin Sachremuno, Ubehunu say, when you are able to work on yourself to a degree, you leave little room for others to become even critical of you. By so doing, you realize that others will also begin to work on themselves. You see that falling through, a bear follow through beautifully. Aye. Ebeye kama de. And then free flow Tuesday. Now free flow Tuesday there. Say you free flow. Anything goes. So, you bon come pa. But for now, dear, yabechia anatina. Na yachia Dr. Ebenezer Mofabwachi. Yabechia na asarebedi akon. The papa yenti yabeko swachia na nankatia. Yabechia America for when we say some safo better hosisi a wato from the obesaba. Akudru Miami, wasakudu. Yachia Dr. Jingo America for no. Yanchia agosi Yesu. Mechia agosi Yesu no. Na mechia Dr. Otin. Achia Prince the Bombardier. Abna oba fefe. Ena ye kan semu. Me say. Said ye Alan Kojo Chirematin Nkrofo no me very critical of Ura Baumia and Mahama Crade, no said I'm so critical. No one is an exceptional. So he is here critical of others. No? If we were to be critical of our own, how would matters be? Yeah. And I just say, oh, one a champion, no. And Kaba Hunu say, Ekoye mama. Nda ekoye mama. Just say, Kaba Hunu say, Kona bia ujina bia, no, or honma now to Sanyum. No. If you become critical of that corner that you belong to, Who say, oh, to Sanyum, Ekoye mama. Where dear Ekoye mama. Hey, over to Sanyum, no, sir, because, hey, the bia, oh, ye, one juma, oh, ye, corner, ne juma, because, Abna, I hope so. You ever pass me, boy? La. Yo, Macha Abna, you know, Memra France and I'm in Chia Monarch. The fellow Ghanaians man. Monarch, not in the Diagro, share. Monarch, a champion, what's it? Or a champion. The same thing. Just as the energies Monarch is using to work on him on others, no, he should use 3 times, 4 times on one circles, no, on Fanya Jumao. And I will be intimate carry in Fala, oh boy, will be intimate carry in Fala. Hey, on your Samaya. What it? Sir, I'll tell you about an Indian movie that I watch. See. But me suya hindi ne kakra nti ya me hwehwe movies ne kakra. Very interesting. I'll tell you. See, you go tie nwom ne ba, right? I'll tell you about it. No say aba. He will have something to say on that as well. Nti me ba. Why? Me ba. Ne yanchia ya mo na kan wie ne yanchia Spain for. Na bi France or Jacobi fache me. Me so ofre man no pay. Na me se kuta dim na mentima fan. Fache me. Why? Be gidi se ohun ye pa. Menchia Spain phones way. Bema Benewa. Same to you, Bema Benewa. The same energy you used to become so critical of Baumia and the NPP, you use that same energy and become critical of the NDC and Mahama. Yes. In somewhere NDC for MPP for Baman, you saw back half of Mahama who know number cried more year who you mother that so in the identity and say Omoba. They won't have anything to say. And you see, one of the biggest steps to take if you want to become critical of yourself, and they say you first of all admit those shortcomings of you. Inti akwa say obi wa wadi kan di ho atem dada. Obi di watem and say dan how obi asa because wo wadi ho atem dada. Inti wono no wo be catch us so why you say oh yes you say you was shortfall hono na ho adwuma say ani gusu aye ho adwuma, and then you put the things that you have put in place as to address those shortcomings of yours. You put them on the table. It's only the wise that does that. It's only the wise. Sycophants, they don't do that. They don't do that because sycophants are not too wise. The wisdom is in them, but ada to awaken the wisdom within all of us, to kill the spirit of sycophancy among ourselves. So It is that spirit of sycophancy that causes us not to be able to become critical of our own. And yes, spirit to ever. So when we come here, we work on ourselves to kill that spirit of sycophancy. Once again, become critical of your own. 4 times. And church ma on others no. For 4 times. A church would you. Why? Explain very well so that you'll be able to plot the way to the solution of your own problems. Why? You, yanchi Ghana for wahene champon garechi. Bijidi say ye United Kingdom for Abita joint into on the match and board chairman. Board chairman. I say, hey. Uncle be Juma Ghana, Manco be jail, key guest house, and Uncle nim da. Hey, are you? Say game no dear. So, game no dear, would you chira? A different too. Almost I quite said, damn no. Would you chira? I also nim tuama. Unim damn no tuama. Would you chira? I also nim tuama. You do see game no one. Oh, what now one now say, hey. A serious game, sir. Sana damn it here. Nemom say about chairman, the strategy now afan. Oh, won't give you up. She. Oh, say what's okay say. A calm up boy may give you up, sir. There be. Also won't give you up. He is learning every step of the way. He is learning every step. That is how it should be. That is the way forward. Tibo chairman. You don't hear Juma, Ati. Mwaba mumu, you don't know. You don't know. Na bomodi also say one way or the other no. The little investment you can give to your staff, no, you do it. Human resource development, very, very important. You see, when you identify where they are coming from, now you want a different output because when you identify where they are coming from, now realize you say the things they've been through, the programming they've had, is not going to give you productive results. You need to also work on them by reprogramming them. Until you pay people to do the reprogramming of your staff for you. Sometimes customer service programs, you just put them through. So they are able to work from their organic self. It's not out of compulsion. They work from their organic self. And he said, oh yeah, employer. Now who say your workers are not giving you the very best. It doesn't happen out of vacuum. And yes, if it's preocupa it doesn't happen anywhere. When you force bibi and kwaka papa and yet credit. And bibi and akwaka bibi. Our workers, no, they do the things they do. Invest in them. Human resource development. Invest in them. Invest in your employees. Retrain them. Now, so when you're home fast, why? And go for one mile, they don't do well. Or by now, so my far workers, no. Hey, where you? Yeah, Busabi. The kind of constant training I didn't go through. Because you see, life is like driving. Every time concentration more day. Who lose concentration kit will be no. What will car naturally? Until every now and then, it be a refresher courses. So to bring you up to keep you abreast to new knowledge that is emerging. New skills that is emerging. We employer, invest in your employees. Now I just say whatever they've been through, wouldn't say it is not going to give you productive results. And one now the bay Jumadia. Anyway, my friend, go and shout somewhere. My brother, go and shout somewhere. That's it. Watch out, man. Invest in them. Why? Invest in them. Catch it, Mama Lou. Umetria. When cover 5 months. Cause year Juma or Mama. Nah. Macha bochema so Nanasika the cash man Nanasika also want to say I believe so also be biada no come yeah yenko tie nyom numra right enye ekoyi mama ni ekuchi there bi nye no ekoyi mama de wa na abeto when you become critical of your own and na abeto ekoyi mama we di ekoyi mama then will let it so okay or therefore de yem fanchi and wa na abeto but for now de yen ko tie monarch or say medwene me ho ye ba abi ye ba nkomo
from your kwame dakwa e bo fada de fa enu we chani adwantu wa futisem de mami ana me de anya mami tu ayaga yo no rush meaning say obraye boy te say awo yango mo binti da bia me yiri me hu oyem fo ba obonto me mfa me hu kobo enkawa na mini manu yenti da biara mi kra mi kora media minim say wo braye boy ti say awo kwekwe na yangu mobi ti da bia mi yiri mi wo ye abena chamba obonto me mfa me nkobo ka wadabi na mini manu yenti da biara mi kra mi kora kaka wa mi sunti na mi penetwinam chale wate na mi shenti mi pemriketu da me na mo amayedi my sorry in my head meti bongo ntina me dantem front my gunti mi die pipra bro me na mo amayedi kwa me dream way elephant you elephant me eso no one eso me say waso majoa very mama me me ru different you different me head eso no one eso me say wanya wa hojotia very mama me tina mama ko elephant you elephant me eso no one eso me say waso majoa very mama me ru nanchia o pepre ne ho ko Argentina no sa nanchia no obeba no na ye friend no kon bi didi ansesa ne wuti bia ma wani se kwekwe braye boy won ko awani obi ni akensi eso kokokoko kwebe ma pepre wo hu ko tu ma pemrika ti obi ye di no ya na eso bi sofie eso kokokoko kwebe ma mem pepre me hu ko tu ma pemrika me kona bre bin sumedro say elephant you elephant me head as on a oneness no me say what's my joa very mama me hu make pepre me hunta make pepre me hun go to my pemrika na kono bre bin sumedro make pepre me hunta me rushing go to my pemrika daddy na kono bre me die wo mo mi sabeko man ema kwadronye ude obiba susu bribiona da bonni beppa mema kwadronye ude obiba susu bribiona da bonni beppa eme bia kai nu se we nu mienu we panyini wajuma woyo we kumane oba wawa no Hina penyinu jaiwa I bet you kumano betwa swako make sure say Sawode wajuma samudi agura Na sawajuma free wunsa Oba wawa na ofre no yureno Obeja wo wako Apempe fise mambe ya Enutida masha mehode Free so brena famo Na she's enough famo Kwekwe Meaning say what braye boy ti say awo na yangu mobi ti de bia me yiri mi wo ye adwentu aba obonto me mfa me hu kobonka wadabi na mini manu yenti de biara mi kra me kora rane warabo me pipri mi wo me kono pre me sumedro me pipri me hota rushing go to my pemrika Hear me now. You're not in competition with anybody. Run your race at your own pace. Because direction.
Oman for bra eno ana ebekire se oman no ebeyi ana se enyeyi eno nti ana yabepie kasafidie yuso enedai se obra wo se yebo na oman ntimi fa ne ntoma pefra no yebehwe kira kwan na yabo na ene edika no monarch monarch abrantie monarch ya oba hase no so the butterfly man ana mote nenwom no se ma menwene me ho elephant you elephant me eno nkwa keke no kra ya asem kase pa elephant you elephant me asem kase pa nsem no enwom no nsem wom papa na me very certain say monarch is very conscious and I say on the monarch no or some different level of reasoning. See busane say more enyum komo crunch high the be one shoe. So even beyond that. And I'm very certain say oko YouTuber on sa ebeka enyum no ewo ho. And I'm very certain as well say when you check on various music sites iTunes, Spotify, among other things na onsa ebeka enyumi no wetimeti bi fefefe ewo ho so adam fonso ni mu na ka kire na obesende ama na eja dan de nyina odi aye morning devotion kama yo ene me ba ye no na ye bontwa as you we being critical of our own say ahoden a wode ehwehwe nkromfo nsem mu no wa fa hwehwe wodi mu in the context of Jumedie, you know, we're talking about Amayo Kakra, among other things, and say a basse NDC4 across the T's and dotting the I's of the NPP. I bet you, or more code detail. Papa, menada. Na Obusa who say. To what extent are now critical of their own as NDC? Do they even use the same energy they used to become critical of the NPP on their own? Anywhere you are no. Why? So now you sa kona ho. So it is a kona ho now you'll be able to tell us say wow the transe na hwe ahoden a odi hwe the other side no so hwe se sa ahoden no utimi de kotampo ehwe wa ankasa odi mu a. And likewise the other way as well. When the MPP is becoming critical of the NDC, I bet you wo bonds mama wo bonds them pa bonds mama wo when they bring it down to even Ura Mahama Nkwa, I tell you, sure, you go clap for them. You go. Ha! But bonds them. I say, to what extent, Anna, or almost a corner of the NPP now, they become so critical of themselves. Yes, you know, because said ye Tibiano. I say, Bema, wo chiti. So, and now about wo chiti. Maybe our partner no craning, but one kasa wo chiti ne de wunim say wo chiti. And I win him, you know. Aye. So we look at Juma and Ajuna. Now get now Kushia and Ghana no. So now I shall say ne chat it. So now ne chat it. We didn't know win him, but would you win him? Right? Enti say if you were to become critical of your owner, because you know more of your own, you will become so critical and detailed of your own. And the beautiful thing is, the very moment you are someone why would you say when you become more critical of yourself, I'll conquer swamp. I would me conquer. And in both directions, when it comes to others, oh, they are so critical of themselves. They are so critical of others. But when it comes to their own, now I watch it be doing. When say energy no swati. And he said, yeah, Obu Honmoa, it comes to others are ultimately being critical of others are a core a rap, a ball rap, or Kokasa Harrison, Kempaluta, and Ansessa Codier, bon rap. At a bar on it, dear Nafi war so. Nana horror to draw no abba. No offense to one a horse, no offense, right? But a bar no one casani dear, now horror to abba. Me say, it's only the wise that can be so critical. In fact, the wise will become 5 times critical of their own than them being critical of others, because the wise knows to say when they are critical of themselves, they improve, and it leaves little room for others to even be critical of them. That is what the wise knows. That is what the wise knows, right? Now I may catch out some India movie. One I want Netflix, no, the Unyamra no akoshe. Your friend Indian, yes, Indian. Nah, in fact, this man he fought in the movie. No, he fought the British. During the time the Indians were seeking for independence, he fought the British. Nah, in fact, he put his life on the line among other things. Now along the line now unya independence we no. Na papa who say said ye corruption adokro wo man no tak India corruption no say the omu yi was nim no sa na cause we India de ehu papa I'm telling you ehu papa ehu hwe asa microphone ni ehu ma bro ehu yie obia neire nikuna wuo na omusika no rupees it was police for na omuye mistake was police and bia omukwachi obi na mse etutu ya na koka nikunu no wuye enye ono ne ye kwachi ne de but wawu enti aban atwa to was ye man 10,000 rupee na right from the all starting application baby a obeguduru bia na obi abagiska along the way. In fact, nipa be 10 obi agiska ti finally ne check ni ye ready see em fama no nipa a wakoje check ni so e won ho so obeje 1,000 rupee and san or the 10,000 rupee check na edebe amano oh asembe ni ma mi nso ni bi. Right, so it tells you said the corruption no adokro wo mo no. Now when papa ya your friend Indian they okon during the war no, in fact wo ye obi a otimi msem say ono no obro anasesu because wo martial arts skills nti no wo hu say why corrupter obe yiwa firo sisi a hu say obe say obe gu animu ase on the screens or what sininefe make can here. But I want to bring you to the import of the movie. Enti papaya oye Indian na no oye anti corruption man papa or pe corruption kra na de ekoba ye ne say ono aneba ebe ye involved in corruption. Se ne ba no man say oye adwuma wo Ghana nke yebe frɛ no roadworthy office roadworthy nti car no ba ɛhɔ no ma also wa say car no roadworthy and say no what team say car no okay nti omo de omo ya ne se wo de car no ba na obikura bu a onfa car no kran ko hono so na say na bia akoye say just for protocol and as formality ntino omo de car no ba be si wonom say they ya na ya satisfy that part hint we take say you saw the car enti omo de track bi be si o da bi enfan say school bus bus yan kan say bus bi be si ho ti e o se papa yi India no anti corruption papa no ne ba no na hwe say kai eye road worthy azana car no ye de sequence so abranti ko car no ho no o se opia odin nsa wo so car na kakara na ne ma bi atutu Africa no ho ana o say car we de da bi already no che say enkrofo na o ma badada ne nyina no waje ahye o mo hu wan ko hwe o mo car no o mo bibia o he ti we say de ohun say adwuma wo ho na okọ ho na ye na ohun say car ni tutu enti oye no ka kire o mo say o mo nkoye car ni yie na o mo wi ana o mo de aba say alo wo boa agro na odie enye ne yem ehwa so o mo nim no say akwa we de o be ho kakra bi kire na o be hwe ase o ka kire ne say hey you discover you sika no mu du anaja wo mu yi sika kire no ehwa na branch the stamp si ade no so ho no share that catch them say o mo koye ka ni wi a o mo san fa me kire na sa na ye adwuma no wo mo nya ka ni wi ansa na wo de ade na sisu ana se wo betim so na wo mo koye ka ni wi ansa na wo o mo ye ka ni o mo de konom koyi wi ansa na mo sa ade abecho da bi nya sa na ye no ana na we na nkrofo no so de ka ni koye so o manya road worthy ye de amomo ana omunya contract omunya na school for bi enkola 40 omoko school trip ana omko fa kai ti along the way se ka na ni brakes gina akura nye along the way ana kai ni brakes no efeli no enti yensem kai ya hwe ase enkola ne driver omunyina pain obi ewu eti news no eba ye no na papa no anti corruption ne ba no hu se ye kai ya me signature esi akiri she car no ye ruru wait na akonya accident no na onim se wonya tisi bone kwan so a ohun I say we twa trouble akonde no e wo so obomode ya twa ba mienu ekoba ne kina nya sa otobeti eti eba sa no ko accident scene ho no quickly se ja woni aposifo na ho no ko ye 1212 na janka yakatansem so hwe aposifo no so dabi hwe kola 40 awu eko wi ase abrantie eko mortuary ko mortuary ko papa o ye postmortem on the driver no ho say omomodian no on forged documents ne say driver no wanom nsa ana no wo twika no entini me emfa nche brakes no they say wo pese wo yi ne hu free taking responsibility na we na kire say ko wi ya say am say watima dada mochiriman mochiriman so agi atum because one so corruption na dwidwi no opese one so ye kakra opese to flat screen opese oda Range Rover mu so hu mochiriman pese one so da Range Rover mu enti edurumra o mo pese o mo inject tese mochiriman ni hono na ne bana call hono se wo kwa inject alcohol meaning how it was going to work there, but you know it was telling you something ko inject ehwa na ne papa duru hono ne papa pie hono sa o dia o ya no o me anti corruption man pa me bad o ya no na samre no na am say aposifo no adwuma anti corruption man na ya na enye o mo fe enye o mo de because o mo answer aposifo no corruption adokro wo mo nti o mo pe papa na che no ana o me pie hono na ja o mo fa papa yi na papa no so de ono no o teniama ase otumi tete ne ho na o tete ne ho no ana information call na busuafo ho se papa na adwane afiri prison adwane afiri jail tine ba no ekofu plane na adwane afiri city honom onya wink in fact what that o chesi ne ba na kokun ne ba no now look at it o chesi ne ba no ekokun no now something happened there samre na ne ba no ba be ware na oba na wo ba be ware ne ba no o pese o ka kire na se oh aso we die misre wa ade we die jai kakra na be man papa ne busa ne oba ne say how long have you known my son? I say 2 years. 2 years. I say me I've known him for 30 years. Into the pain that you are going through, no, my pain is way greater than yours. The man was principled. He was being critical of his own. He was being super critical of his own. Right? To be critical of our own. No? How many? Okokune bano. Na way ana ekoba se bibia toye no papa na free kronim wadwane free India kokro fufuro so corruption ni edwiri na mrantie be fo bi aye o madwen se on pese sa papa no ba bi owo bia o sa ba na obeko corruption ma wo mo till they started the hashtag almost say bring bring back India. Bring back India. Na say papa Indian. Papa or the Indian. Ti papa hashtag no. Baby owo bia na ope kwan na ode baaye. Just to cut the long story short. Obaaye no this time around no be kire omo say yes, corruption nti no aba. Na emom this time no nya de a obefa sekan. Ti say de ofa sekan no kwa wo ne ba no. Na bi. Obia hwe ni fie. Obia anya critical of ni own ewo ni fie ho. So when you become critical of your own ewo fie ho no mo it grows up, and on a macro level no we become critical of ourselves. That is the agenda the man came with. Enti emrantie na omo ye hashtag na omo kofa ne baaye no omo nyina sha ase tete omo abusuafo nkakra. In fact omo mbechi om papa no maame who's in corruption omo chie omo yi omo maaye, which was good. Omo yi omo maaye na branch na no odi animu no. In fact o tested ni papa first one no ne papa pass ye not knowing say wanya test ni ye wanya critical ye na oye very critical no anu hu say ni papa no won ni senior corrupt man senior ni papa ni ye anti-corruption officer o ni papa no anti-corruption officer. In fact ekoba asa no oyi ni papa mae ama ye beche no koye ti ebeche no koye no ne maame arehwa sa o say ye point fingers at her say ni kunu ye corrupt went to me and oko committee suicide, right? Inti abranche na ono am ye de bring back India aba no ni papa corrupt we yina ma ama ne maame yakunu ho ye yina frɛ yapono wa busuanim afi wo hwesa ontumi ade no awoso no ne nanfofo a no omo ye adwuma ni nyina obia ema eyi na busuafo ma na emom no omo de no owu amam sɛ de ono no de no wu ba mu no nti awoso no esheki no ekɔ ni sisim ni kɔ ni dedem afi wo se da bi mintumi afi wo no a o kan bring back India no wasisa na adwene wasi go back India go back afi de omo o sha ase no the people who were being critical of themselves now they couldn't travel the journey fully no omo so be so omo say afi go back omo papa no say onko. You get the drift? When you set out to be very critical on your own, my brother, say the yesu kan no. What say we ya wadwen say obedi na chi a. E was say wo power busuafo kura just say you have to forsake your family. Forsaking your family ni say you don't go for their individual and their selfish gains, as against the gains of the whole. That is what it simply means. And Tim Rantier, they set out to give out their families for their corrupt activities. But that is what happens to many of us. Some of us don't even want to become critical of our own. And when we do, we don't weigh the consequences. Because when you become critical of your owner, my brother, I was so who say, "Oh, papa, crabit mapo, oh, mamma, bepo." But when you come to understand, say, you being critical of your own is for a greater cause, my brother, irrespective of so papa Yesu, you will be critical of him. Because it happens to the whole family as well. And you meant to me, Omo can say go back India. Omo permanent so uncle. Omo to me. They couldn't maintain being critical of their own. And I bet you, on that course, things were changing for India. Now the end so they said Bible no kind no. Say home ni yetutu free umu na okwa ohun. Okoni nam kakra na se onya ba bia nkwa ohun. Na wadan nani aba. O se mame nkọ hwe ba bia na me wo no. Se eho ye free a na me nkọ so mbagimi a. Oba o se hey eho ye free ani ya onyo nkwa na bebo oba kwa akofa gangalies aka ho aba. Gangalies. Omo nka ho na omo mra. Insan say hwe e wo se omo ba ahoodin mu se de be ya untimi mpam wo mu biun afi corruption na sa dokuru India yi juma papa ye nyina ye kwa just because people were not ready to continue being critical of their own. They weren't ready to do that. Of course, when you become critical of your own, people who don't want to become critical of their own, they will start pointing fingers at you. So in a context of my Ghana, the people within the NDC, when they become very critical of their own NDC now, some people within the NDC will start pointing fingers at them. Hey, I don't know, I'm here, you are free mo. Sounds and people for some very critical of their own. Hey, my friend, hey, you can't do that. You are free mo. See, standing for the truth. Say the lucky do be kind, you certainly will be standing alone. You will be standing alone. But when we continue to become critical of our own, using 3 times, 4 times the effort we use to become critical of others, I bet you, our nation will become a very beautiful place. And this is our Netflix, I call here Indian. Why? Sana is Indian. And begin to become critical of your own. First of all, yourself. And then your immediate self. Free Flow Tuesday. Yang kwa hongwana so. Na yene abi inshasi ya monkomo. Abi, bamaso. Abi oh. You too, Abi. You too, yes, idea ebeko. Okay, all right. Bamaswabi.
Yeah, Junkasi.
Abi na boko there.
Yeah, my person, I was just taking a quick nap, my friend.
Sure. Oh, bada.
I was doing it already.
But
it's okay. I had stuff.
I see.
I had a gist of what
let's just say. You got a gist of it, me boy.
Yeah.
Okay, all right then. I say the effort we use to become critical of others. If we were to use even a quarter, half, and we go the extreme 3 times the effort to become critical of our own, what would be the possible outcomes? And then I'm a boy home commodity India movie I'm here, and so I can't wasem. Yan fan shasiye emon komo. After that no en komo foforo debe e wo ho nti abe wo de ni etie
Well, but Basmale, are you trying to talk about what would I say, self appraisal, or criticizing yourself, or
Abi,
uh,
brofu
yeah,
bia the best who be a very okay ama bia the fashion home yonko why.
yeah, because what you said, the whole thing about the movie one is about being critical about, it's some sort of social criticism. But I think as a human being, you must always, or we must always be self-critical about ourselves. And you can only do so if you are guided yourself by, principles. Within you set principles yourself without any external pressure, and you let those principles guide you. Maybe you want to be honest. I mean, your own, principle. You want to be truthful. You want to make sure that you have your integrity intact, and so on. So when you have these, you agree principles. They are the principles which will guide you to function. Then when you are exceeding, or you are going beyond those principles, then you can know that, oh, I mean, I don't want to do this. This is not, But when you allow the flow, if you don't have principles and you follow the flow, you can be indulging some of these things you were talking about. I think this corruption issue you made mention about, which the whole movie is about, it's not a movie, but there's some element of, truth or reality in it. You understand? The man probably wanted to be very harsh, or to be very strict. He wants to be seen as very strict, and so on. But unfortunately, he didn't start at the right place. That is his household. You understand? And Papa Smiley, this takes us to the way people practice even religion in our part of the world. You understand?
Abi, to what
Yeah.
you say he didn't start very well. He didn't start within his household. Is that what
From
you
his household.
Well, that's where he
Yeah,
started.
from his household. Yes.
Enya na okun bakura kan wi. Ana no wada o.
But no. Papa Smiley, look, the fact that the child is messed up already.
Mhm.
You understand?
Yes.
The child is messed up already. So you have to nurture your household, or nurture the child before it gets to that point. Because if you look at what he regretted for doing that. That is how he has to run away.
In the movie, no, it wasn't regret that made him run away because the police were after him because of the corrupt people. Now he was chasing them. No, it's not that incident. That was what made him run away. And yet regretting the man running away. That was in the movie. He was a die-hard man. It's not regret. And believe you me, so here movie now. Say utie akwala nkra nsema o kan ya, he made mention of the fact that the father brought him up to be upright. But him say the guy had a mind of his own. All that he wanted was numbers. When I say numbers, he just wanted quick money. And at some point in time, no, he wanted to forge the signature of the daddy to go and take some money to go and pay in order to get some position. Papa na actually no
Yeah,
way now, but he wanted to still do his own thing. And you know, actually I would say sometimes no, I'm a friend of you will be doing the thing that you think you can do in your own way. But it wouldn't yield the results. No, it doesn't mean you should end it there, right? But in your own effort, no, it wouldn't give you the results that you still want. And when I be out here points of referral,
yeah,
among other things. Into the
yeah.
carry on.
But Pastor, the point is, at what point? Yeah, at what point did the man realize that his son is gone off track? You understand? At what point? I mean, if it's your son or your child, you are training the person. You are trying to inculcate some sort of discipline, uprightness. You know, about Smiley, when we were growing up, we were taught, some of us live by these principles, that good name is better than riches.
That's right.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Which has got a lot of things condensed into that. And some of us try to live by this principle. So your parents are not forcing you every day to live by these principles, but they imbibed these things in you. You understand? So sometimes when you want to misbehave, you say, hey, come on, this, I have to live by this principle and so on. So at what point did the man realize that, the son or the child is gone wayward? You understand? But Pastor, the whole issue about corruption is, were there systems to help the man fight this? You understand? The difference between our approach to fighting corruption in our part of the world and this part of the world is we don't have supporting systems to do that. Okay. Papa Smiley, here, if you see somebody or you go to an office, somebody is trying to extort money from you, there are avenues you can complain to. You understand? Or imagine somebody, a lady is coming to look for a job, and you make skirmishes. You want to chop before you give her the job. Papa Smiley, can you do that here? Exactly. So there are systems, there are processes. But can you do the same thing in Ghana?
Or
Ubiquitous everywhere. Because you don't have, as a girl or as a woman, they will even laugh at you. Do you understand? So we don't have the supporting systems to do that. And I used to say always, if I go to Ghana, even from the airport, if there are avenues where somebody try to stop me to collect money and I can report the person and it will be acted upon, I will start from the airport. But we don't have such systems. Somebody can use his power to stop you, to take your things from you. Who are you going to report to? They will even be laughing at. And the same thing in India. And you are right. The type of corruption going on there, But here, they've done these things for long. Of course, there will be occasional, or there will be these odd people who will do it. But then when they are caught, we all know the consequence. But in Ghana, no one will catch you. Papa Smiley, I've said this in here again and again. For corruption to thrive, corruption to persist, one, there should be opportunity to be corrupt. Do you understand? Here, all what they do, in the developed world, all what they do, they go to work every day. There are people whose job is to bridge, try to remove the opportunity for people to be corrupt. They sleep, they wake up every day thinking of how to reduce corruption. Do you understand? Let's say when we came here, bus, you need to take a buy card, you need to do. Somebody's job is sleeping every day, waking up every day. How we can remove the human interaction from that? They've managed to achieve it to some extent, even if not 100%. So, for you to fight corruption, you must reduce the opportunities for people to be corrupt. That's the first condition. In our part of the world, nobody is even thinking about it. Oh, who is the opportunity? The opportunity cry is what makes us think we are so clever. That's the first condition. But personally, the second condition is this. The opportunities are there. And there is a high probability, or there's very low probability in our case, that when you seize the opportunity and practice that corruption, let's say, oh, hey, this girl coming to look for this job is nice, let me chop her. That when you do it, they will not catch you. Nobody even cares. That's the second condition. The opportunities are there. You seize upon the opportunity. Nobody will even care. Nobody will catch you. Nothing happens to you. Do you understand? So that's the second. The third condition is even if they catch you, if they catch you, you have Akufo-Addo to release you, like Cecilia Dapat. She hasn't done anything. I pray. The same applies to India, the same applies to. Do you understand? So long as these conditions are there, you fight corruption, you can't. Do you understand? There are a lot of opportunities. Opportunities are bound. Like here, the opportunities are limited. Maybe in a higher levels is there, but it's still, when they catch you, you know the consequence. You will be disgraced. Do you understand? If you are not disgraced, when they catch you, you will never recover again. In our case, when they catch you, that is where you become an hero. You understand? So these are the issues. That is a difference. And Papa Smiley, all this to reduce opportunity, to reduce opportunity, you always be thinking of how to remove these opportunities, how to reduce the opportunities and so on. That's one aspect of that. Then the second bit too is people seizing upon the opportunity. You try to limit those who are trying to seize opportunities and so on. Then the last bit is when they catch you, you have to give them punitive punishment. You have to punish them. You have to deal with them, that they will never even recover again to come and practice the thing again. We don't do anything at all, especially in all the developing world. Do you understand? So that is why we are not doing anything. When they catch you and the person who is supposed to punish you comes to tell you, oh, this one has not done anything. Oh, you people will say this guy is doing galamsey. The person who is supposed to make sure, oh, he's not doing galamsey, he's comparing. It's just, they kill you. So you, the person trying to fight corruption or trying to do something about it, they've disgraced you, Momkra. The person who you are fighting. So this is our situation. This is Papa Smiley here. I mean, the developed world, people, they don't sleep. Somebody's job is how to make sure that this opportunity for people abusing children, for people doing this thing is reduced, is removed, and so on. We don't even think of it as a problem. It's normal to us. It's normal. So that is different. That is a problem we're in. And the same applies to India. And some of the issues you are talking about is so pathetic. Papa Smiley, you go to Ghana, you have police problem. I had a friend. He went to Ghana and he used to live here, but now he's in Ghana. He said one day he was sitting in his cousin's car, and the guy went to knock somebody in Ghana. Instead of taking the child to the person to hospital, the guy was going to the police to go and bribe them. My friend became so annoyed. He said, "Come on, what are you doing? You've hit somebody. Make sure you support the person." No. But because that is a system we've created. So sometimes the self-criticism, there should be an external pressure. Here we are all towing the line. We are all towing the line because apart from your internal circumspection, where you always question yourself, you always think about that, am I towing the line? Because I wouldn't like the consequence to happen to me and so on. So it enables you to be alert all the time because there is external pressure on you. Do you understand? The external controls is making you comply, it's making you be circumspective. In our part of the world, there is no external pressure. Even the external pressure crowd is encouraging you to do it. You understand? I told you of a time when I worked for International Cocoa Organization, and we have one auditor, Mr. Ogundibe, from Nigeria.
Mr. J.
The man came, Ogundibe.
Ogundibe, okay.
Yeah, he came to my office here in London. So we're talking. The man told me, "Hey, my friend, where you are sitting, if it is in Nigeria, your friends, your family will come and tell you, my friend, this is your time."
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? That is what the man told me. Yeah, this is your time.
I mean, you could say Kwabna and so kakra on this very issue. But you need to also I brought it down to a part of the world. Just say the in the corridors of politics, yeah, the NPP and the NDC. The energy the NDC will use to become critical of the NPP, as compared to the energy they use to be critical of themselves. And then the NPP, the energy they use to become critical of the NDC, as against how much energy they use to be critical of themselves as NPP. Send us and if we were to use twice or three times the energy we use to criticize the opponent now, on being critical on our own, how would things work out? Just run up on that one and then we go to Hamna. Why?
Yeah. You see, Papa Smiley, when it comes to political criticism in our part of the world, it's like we don't have guiding principles. You understand? We don't have guiding principles, simply because our institutions are not working, which will say any party who blatantly lies, or any party who commits certain misinformation or something, you bear certain consequences. Maybe the party involved, or maybe the candidate involved will be suspended, will not be allowed to stand, and so on. We don't have these principles in our part of the world. So it is like free for all. You understand? It's like free for all. Papa Smiley, let's take football. The thousands of people who go to the stadium, you know what happens? When you go and misbehave there, they can trace to know which club ticket you have. Because before you can go to that place, you must be a fan, or you must have a ticket. So when they are able to isolate you like that, then they can either punish you directly, or if the trace is the weakness of the team you are on, the onus or the punishment will be on the team. What we will see in our part of the world, this is difficult. So all these many people, how can you? No. Because we don't think. To us, when Pastor I send you something that when people cannot think, thinking is hard. So when people cannot think again, they resort to judgment. You understand? But you both will think through and come out with some sort of solution. Because we don't have these sort of standards, these sort of principles, these sort of guidelines, it's like free for all. You understand? Because if we have guidelines, if you have guidelines, we have principles and so on, we expect that all the political parties will have proper communication policy, which will be followed by all members of the parties. You can't go and talk anyhow, anywhere, without the permission of the party. Because the party knows that if it backfires, if there's a problem, it's a party which is going to pay the price. The party will train the people talking on their behalf. They will just not allow you to go and do anything at all. Because it will impinge on their reputation, their integrity, so many things, so many ways it will affect the party. But hey, this is Ghana, this is Africa, like a jungle. You don't understand? Do what you want. The more you can insult people, the more you can talk anyhow, the better.
You, Abby, and yeah, Facey. Alright, now I'll come back to you now. One casano, the person near Cananiaka. Alright.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Abby, Anna Moten and Kano on the issue of being critical of your own. Yanko Kwabna, Meki Sway. Na Meki, and so Emma and Como, we are of a Chumberima. I come to you. Indeed, Meki Sadek, Otemenka, Bamaso.
Baba. Adwunkese na pacho Chief Justice ene omaka no obi aho ye de
obi aho den papa
ma ze na be te ba kwa be ka no ho nti no mi se bibia be kama
okay I see
ma wo ze be tindi ade ko so downtown
ni pa bia hiamwa so
senior onipa kora unhia mo akora na onye nipa Jesus Christ kora bai no so be hia nipa nti of 12 kan no so
yeah
so no agenkwa ne mpu efa bidia na ne hwan one hwan so hu
that's right
na akwe wi asem asa atem say ayi we dey say dey wasem akan dey na ensem be because ne mbusa say nti ensem yi aya na ya itimi at times itimi call back ekutie bi aya asem aya ka no e dey judge yen ho ana say ye kagu mframa mu ne kwa na na o ka say nyana me busa me ho na say me papa say bi ana maka say Holy Ghost ne me kasa so ho no kro papa he before Sunday me kwa so no ho enema bebri na eba mitirimu ne niema na ade na me kwa so na for subjects near the I was in line with that someone I was thinking about them. Na me nyankopon na beka sa kire kwabna na say asofudie na nyame pese me kodi bia na say din ana me ko hyen kom ba me ada me buza me ho question so ba na ni nyina aye so ho ana ni nyina aye ade good and some ade atu dwane de no kra na na aye say empanifo say ana obi am fa ne nsa binkum enta nkire na jefie so ho nti ana akoyese ebi kura mi minim no kure no ba me pese me kan se bia se minim se bia mfa se okay me opponent ni bia me mfa se John Mahama kura na nim se bia waye ne ma papa bi ba me hye da yi mani se mi hu ne waye ba de bia o focus on bia ne waye na enye no ba papa no so kura na ye so hu oni part time se ana ye yi wuntan a e showden me oni pa bia o kan sem a enye fa me ho ana me pe me pe praises catch him say kwabna say oh na matimi agina so dey prove wrong. That's what I want. And sometimes be criticized papa whatever it is say uye ni papa take it that way. serve as a BO, and then I hire your career home and you praise you any idea. Take the criticism not in a good faith. Nijina so ne fire idea. So I was so come now, you say, oh, come no, we want me, oh, we want, no, I did no question, no bomb pie as the Yamen. Say near soon to me, and now winnie near any no. Papa, no waiting here, Ginaso. Eddie, so, engineer, say the man, I'm fan NBC near you know, crying any money idea. They say, we in ampa. It's me, Emma, Tibia, Obisa won't to me, we, and now we won ye any idea, no provisions. Oh, when I met me, and I said, me a winning idea. But they be a crana, yes, singing praises, Emma.
I see, you see, the bottom line of the conversation is, one kasa as an individual, become critical of your own. Don't wait for other people to become critical of you. One kasa be critical of your own.
Say, Bloomberg kasa sisi na oka bibi about controls any kasa yen can say also for be a call round also for be kono kan nkrenti o want ti mame chechi mu twi mu nkyerɛ wo am so me fa kwa me kra de beto ho na o se ye de aduane abesi ho no se ye nyina e ba bedi aduane so ho ye bedidi aduane na e ba bedi no se wo so wo nidi ase so okodi wo maame e wa so ndem o ogina poppet mu so ho owie na so taflache na owie no nipa na obi obeka se ye de ye nkranfo na ye de ka no se de tie enti no civilization abase bia because one time in your class there was something about na certain na tea party abano na ye a friend sen oje twa news and record paper no twa ade and e say my presentation about ade and e dey no ma ada lady bi na ma me ada ade enti lady ne be ka tea party asam oni sam no kan na me ka say as political that I am no na me ka say no asam na aka no enye no kre that way so she get offended mad it become banter class now. After the when was enjoying at the end, but after no frame no male, you can do it this way. You can say the same thing in a different way that you are not going to hurt the person. As I'm a guy saying no clue about I hate the feelings. And to the officer with the way or tribe no bet me a cousin be said the in a web sana what justify. But we also country political party being coached in a line, uncle two line, no training call for no study a cancer. How can you eat your cake and have it? About there, you know how to judge somebody and teach somebody how to talk. But when you come to you say you add it is and it's all kind of.
Okay, and Kwabena, is it a good thing if we become critical of our own? Do you think it's a good thing?
Papa, a good papa. I didn't make a choice.
Any promote to and who name John? Yem promote no.
Papa, me say papa. I didn't know never say who can't assembly who be dream assembly. Papa, I me you never see me say be a member on the Facebook. Maybe my father on my hammer. Let me did not never cannot do that. You know why? Because I know in Ipebi or NDC very prominent people near there. Maybe they are my friend near there. No be who na ujina hana udi yes and nema we near there. So mean to me no, and yet nice of me. So when you pan a you cannot see look at them. Man who say Kwabia or your friend is saying, I mean baby. I think the answer name I could or they be of no as a monkey, but we are one in a new pa or no different will be monkey now. Ah, papa. I know I do me or the quite Juma idea. Say there, Omon Baba second round, Umbinya idea. Say in Macaza, Brian Jampo, you mean the eyes and call Ellie near the at the internet. Is that Papa? And I'm what you and I can't be a buy up person and you're big diggity. Why you charge me $45? Is for the body. John and Buddha, oh, why? What's going on? So taxi no didn't buy no. What charging more? Or say, or the meter no, why are there no? Or on Tinakan. I charging a $3.80. What you chrome home? Also, your American. Unim said taxi back. The moment a taxi ni be jina on my baby door no peno. A charge $380. You know it's already there. And on the Aquani, we afraid police. I want the police in justice. Me and I mean taxi there. Me who know my Muslim in taxi there, no. And I'm a corner. And I'm going to say, this guy is a Muslim guy. He's your brother. Sort it out. Nani say moye no mons nya de no so ko omfa ne ko ATM no omfa $10 na aka no enso so ma no. Papa, Akweko to you and $10 on buy will be ready. I hate foreigners. I hate you. Me meeting us over case grandma mine. I can't just say Ota will be just say and not the whole Adinino. Would the foreigner be any idea be out? Yamin Komi Chrome, my bunny country, and I mean, say, Baba. And
now we are there with the crew. Uncle crew.
Or no, I can't know. Now, what to Chrome, car crown be bicycle will be, also to Chrome. Bicycle crown be at the baby, you be the one, you mamma, me, I'm here foreigner, no, but save you. Send a police by Jina Honey near ma. Because I has a police by be an hour case be a winning move. Police by no you I depend who could jail that night na. My solve a problem. Oh yeah, me mama be subject because only foreigner be I can't come to office Sudan. We don't have a problem. They say problem no, it's on me. Why do you do that? Serve a way in a senka we no serve a deal, but I see no no. It be a man a problem no. Because you hate all foreigners. Papa, I'm just the reason why I did Trump wachi. I'm a support to Trump. Talk at you can't even fight trema. Emma, you be winning America election. Trump, this type of people. Me back room as a Bruni be anywhere why near be a chair me down. So, Bruni be any name. Now, Papa, maybe I say we in a corruption near the Beyonce. Anna, Papa be the audio video about the best send. Or should there be any beer? I say, Ghana and I say, officer, as no beer, officer, they are nobody, no. No do a bruchana brute for form to the stand, say, oh, to be can't say, beer for Ghana. That's all my for my say, yeah, the assy in Nipan, you go, Krumono. I say, there's a nimby beer. Papa, you're about corruption, pa, or be any obey me a BT abroad in corruption. And then you're up to now. Only maybe on year against Africa, beer is about corruption. And then on year, Papa, I say be a man who's a president. The idea better to be a incentives near the ma companies in the money at the incentives. Ben on farm companies in the money at the end. A Greek in the money at the end now has it. Send it penny your person here or your chrome one so tight. Emma say, "Won't be young who tabre? Won't be young who tabre? Oh no, we are not going to say, "On your way or high." Reduce the say be ya obet me investors no about krum who wey the same thing no omakonye but menya other people be a omo they almost say omo fa brofo no bibia say the gospel so hu enti bibia brofo no be ka bia omo nwen ho say no so nipa na oka che say saade we na oye no oye the same thing e de boa ono no nkrofo ba oye bi dia boa nkrofo for ti de bi menye ma nkrofo ne ho nkyere wom say de be o betimi aba ne am o mu pizza adi na o mu di pizza na o ma dwim say ye de na ye ne na papa. Don't subsidize anything for your own people. Now, the NBA man and for the
Kwabena, and some people on my it said their work, it comes in diverse, and I say it has several dimensions. So, when you want to address some of these issues, they also be saying, and say, yet then at the end of buy in here, also will be cried to me a bit dictated at the mouth. One second, let me finish and then you can come in.
We don't want to accept that. You can't because you'll be able on the point of view to the
okay.
Because you're petty, young petty, wanted to be on no be dictator man, and your petty on will be can be the on ye. So petty or wa will be in sell the just on petty obey and will be actual say, who you say. I don't club baby for no money when we I'm not telling you, say, you can't get some money near my name. I don't know if Saudi Arabian culture of your money. How much you go country home? Because they appreciate what you have. They am pet. You have a brony and quiet. Papa, you call a see baby and from England, honeymoon, and example. A we see moon baby, he found England phone because you won't go real money, and a good crew. Hospital, baby, or material. And then corruption that is you see your chroma, you won't go for my human lobbyists. Lobbyists, Juma. Wouldn't not a lobbyist job? Echo gun and ne. Omo money lobbyist company cry Juma because there is corruption. By Krumhano, you will be an eduman or lobby for near what the capital a honum, capital hell honum. Nedmo is all lobby senators and fire to Abamo. No my near in favor of company near money idea. You wear a millions of dollars.
All right.
What the corruption.
And the bottom line is, you say, all campaign say we should have because one second. Let me. The bottom line is, the what we want, and also Obina Kana say we spend more time in talking about what we don't want than what we want. And what you want to want us to establish. Oh, and I said what we want to campaign, no, and then young campaign more for it. What's my point, Nasi? It's the opposite happen. Young more.
Me point in me pass yen so common sense ade bia obi amanfo e ka ho ansem no baba ewi as me o abrochira otumi da nema bia ono ma e je simple nema enye dindindi bia bureaucracy dindindi bia na ede ye nema bia ye simple that is it to create jobs and nema na ade ade eno ati yem so obosomfo frame eno na na edi nkomo we talk about so many things abonse me kan nema bi kwa na say discuss so madwe kran kosa ade we so we can create jobs for our people to do baba Adia, Tammy say me kwab na metimi aso sesi ya o metimi aso sesi ase bia okay I'm going to look for a job and then it be a Tuesday papa be a Thursday I'll start that new job no so I want that opportunity maybe say ebeko Ghana so maybe I will go Ghana kwana papa o say first mu nyina mu be hia so na say scanner ya de kwana obi etua bia wa kra wani je ho unlike say be o just obi a why na won say be the many ate na me kuta bi kura me pesa me ye wa otimi nya feeling bi wo mo say ye so say me ma na obe ma waso ya no pa no we pie na onum say wo de anye kura no wo de ahia wo ne twe but nim say at the end of the month no unim say wo nice bi so eba enti no o be betimi ahia wa ne wu ba bosumi wu nko ade a oboto mbe ma papa ade a na eme ba na kura dom ye okay oba de say obi ba online say ya na ya hello $100 bi beko be ma be say no message aye dey kura umu ano omo she dey any problems ah ba ye mema na papa omo ho no ka me de me ha wo nyina ne say ka de 90% kura papa na omo boduma papa he ade bi ho no na say me say onipa bi em say o de akwantufo ade bi e bai na o ka ade bi ho akwa say adwuma kura ga na ni ye adwuma omu adwuma na o ye ne say o ye adwuma papa he ayi o say ayi wo fa si ya me betu ni din ho masoma koto entoma wo ayi bonwire kwan mu ho ba bi me discount ane koto yo na obi ye interview no obi sa say adwuma a wonya nya ye nti na wonwe ntoma ye ana ho na me yem hyem na say adie na akoa ne ye no
enye ne yem
so busa question we anta be no waka say hani amenya adwuma eso adwuma na wo ye kente na wo nyina adwuma papa wo yire ho na de wo ho de nyina hyem a ebetimi aye ade kese a kyese enso no oso wonya adwuma if we hia ne na de ade si na na budan say kwaku na de oso o de se menya adwuma na adwuma ne nye kansem papa fa adwuma na adwuma ne ntumi ntumpon
papa ebe do asna eba second na no aka mo what
papa so and you know catch young go for say the mindset no so no have to change say oh yeah adwuma you can improve on the work and make the work big
of course
and so be adwuma when they say oh yeah adwuma wo anya no kwana ye adwuma
of course
ba wo adwuma na wo ye no bodwa no me ne ma me nche me ne obosomfo e kan yi no asem ba ko na ta man fo timi ye adwuma pon 3 amanfo pon adwuma 5 ne ade ha say ne bia bon say delivery ni niam ne ade nka ye ho wo company na obi de na order ba ohia makwa nchine ne ade ne ade na ko deliver ama no ministries opon adwuma on call market straight no coffee ada say is a adwuma ba wo Ghana omu adwuma no opese ode multi-million dollar adwuma besi ho na wagu no na won sa mpa wayade papa eye kakra adwen you na ade ba kwa meka ne say de bia yetimi nya ensade point wo ye nua so no at times so wie program na wo akone ball part okay no see wo part na wo Facebook and YouTube see wo part no wo wie na wo ye judgment aso hu no wo use the same judgment e dia ye say asema akwa we kan ni ne me kan ye difference be na wom so wo di na tema no wa to bo ase e di na tema baba
let's say dia o kan na ne say obia nya critical of his own yes sir or
Baba,
himself.
said the teacher, said the teacher in the catcher, no, catch a man. You can say the same thing, but say in the way that you will not go to hit nobody.
Thank you very much. What I say,
Baba,
Matias, Miss Medasi pa Kwabna, Melchizedek, and Motin and Kano. Na Samben Bensui, Yanko, Wafa, Chum, Berma, eso, Yo Fabakwa or Ghana, and ho. Na Wafa, and so, and Moyan Como. Over Chum, what's him in car, Bamaso.
Again, Kessie. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Obiajo so pa. No Fabako there.
Oh, me who, yeah, me who ya pa.
Kid.
Me who ya boko. Kadiaka.
Yo, wafa. Na ene ye ba ye die ye shase mbonkomo on the subject of the energies that we use to become critical of others, no. If we were to use that same energy or even more than that to be critical of our owner, enka yebako yanimpa, right? Na okay, how in our political circles, the NPP, when they want to become critical of the NDC, they cross every T and dot every I. But when it comes to their own, now Busa who say if they were to use even half of the energy that they use to become critical of the other, it works in diverse ways. What would happen? Well, the mechanic the enuanum and say it takes wisdom for you to be critical of yourself or your own, because when you are critical of yourself or your owner, you leave little room for others to be critical of you, because before no mechanic will say, well, who's society we say, oh yeah, entry now crowd identify say because you spend more time being critical of yourself and your own. Now what that I say, oh, this thing, man, I have to do it. So into wakakra na sa strength na obinya no as or they can't ebu enimtia no oh no wow your ho adwuma dada. It doesn't really any way to be asa. We are asking ourselves if the major parties or all the parties were critical of their own more than they become critical of others, what could be the outcome? And they call corruption. India movie be a here papa no corruption campaigner, anti-corruption campaigner. Now Okachire and Crawford say they should be critical of their own. Na womo Emma omani koko omu fie no omu hwehwe enema bi a ekoso omu fie na afi omu hyase yi omu suanfo man because of corruption no. Actually na consequences no eba because said Yesu kan no. In fact, say obeso odi Yesu achi a you have to forsake your family. So oya wadwen say obusuani bi ya ade a enye. Na emum esan oman no eyi eyonti no ubeyi sa obusuani na ma abeti obusuanfo kra so bepo. So but ọmọ àná ọmọ yẹ sáà ni sẹ ọmọ ànyùnà hu ni sẹ ebusuafo bẹpo ọmọ afẹ ekwu wiase no ọmọ sẹ dẹbi ya na ẹka yẹ san so bua na kyerɛ sɛ being critical of your own no ọfọtwum ɛnyɛ bɛtɛ saa ɛna fam nti ɛno ho nkɔmɔ na gya yɛ bɔ a wabɛto yi nti gya nso kɛbi
Matie kakra nso interesting but say Papa over Kai say some years back me can our platform say most Ghanaians are
genetically
congenital
liars. Okay. Prof them kai pa over.
Right. I fit into sa enkomo ye and on this problem you know hinges on one or two pillars. One of them a cultural thing. A culture. On say people who have the spirit of excellence omo pe at the panel. Now I know crowd them the better. Titi pan who say we are seeing on Greek for and as starting a share dear tempa. Plato, Socrates, all students, other philosophers. Now, what would be say in every society, there are three groups of people in every society. The first one is the citizens, and then the tribesmen, and the idiots. The tribesmen and idiots is almost the same. Yeah. Now those two people, a big paper what draw examples from India and Ghana, and somewhere across Ghana, Woko Nigeria, the same thing is there and more. Woko Congo. One more, the real Skakesi in 1960. Congo DR. Sa o mine diamonds pa one region back for Katanga. Cooling ye diamonds. On Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. And yeah, into almost children you cool you twin there so. And a chumbe num ne wine a bedru Mobutu. A drew stage be not President Seseku Mobutu. No Owusikate or mining in one would to me the bank is cut the box state, Bosia. Saze Africa, Trebi, we are Sakakena, who is Fiamarque tree. And if I bet you, won't be baby. So the tribes people, any idiots, there are two people now Greek for identify. A dorsum, the whole of Africa, baby, now citizens in India. One more person development obia we a hoko crowd said the agent I got sample tree. One year idiots, no one year tribes people. And to me, we are not white, we are black, we are Africans. There is a way, gap will be to me here, to me, yes, it can be see that. Abra what to Ghana party, so when we are there, now we're being counted. So that's the difference. Abrucheni citizens, women develop women environment clean because they have the spirit of excellence. Papa, it will bring it progress. What for train? Bus, British Airways, Delta. We be there to where you be yeah, the other day. A culture. No one said, "Who for Busiamukra?" Now, a buyer Juma. Yes, hey, wait here. Na uya na se wunyini na wa nsida wo busuafo boy bo so na Kofi ukoya manager e wa mesida mo busuafo wa mesida mo amame hwa me amame a owo me she's passed ne man ye insia so me nkwana me call abroche wo ye cassette kani pada ne cassette read to read ediva an Kofi who abrocha che wo musa me ko abrocha che de me ye me ko school my ye say do ehiano because we're a tribal person, we're a tribal, we're an idiot. Said the Greek for identify would him said the banning me why yet at the miana me war miana me chim war who abrocha che em say sam ready me di saka said to the brain me na ma me di 24-25 years e wa abrocha an wo ko ya che behwe mami asumasi mo twampo mami asumasi ba wako ye nche kra na nsa ne efie me so obesi dan wo mami wo ko de da wo mesi dan me di na se ni asem kwa na me mami kika ka kire me fine pa no betu about efie me so obesi dan ebi oh yes ebi oh na ebi odam kwa bi so bi asamre ntiti na me kai na nkofo ta dealing drugs we cocaine num ni nyama pi me si na bi sa na me because wako university won musa wenum nyina wo aduma me ye ska bi nya me de kotua to better my life on tiasie ti work class me di mfie aduonu na me see that ensem bebrebe so because we don't have the spirit of excellence then because of the culture na you operate with sana e drive sana so ye peniema nema pi enti yeah part of the world if you try to corruption or but if you try to fight corruption, the corruption will fight you back. Yes, it will fight you back. Because obia you selfish, obia you ego, obia pro no kwa, wo mpe bibi for the collective. So man Ghana ni nyina be ye sabutra ye train bus. No. Nipa ba ko pe no wa ye na ne mo amaka nyina se mo bowura. Your friend say, "Hey, Papa scan way, Papa scan." So abrotie wo say, "Your police obia was ka what is Kakra? Who bank? We are doing what? Yet me more look. Me take Ghana as here. Credit cash in bottom. Lloyd's Bank. Yeah, 2,500 pounds credit, and that's all. And so I mean, every Ghana. Yeah, mommy 2,000 shares for it. Ghana, I do ask yes. Everything. So, you know, sad idea driver sir, your behavior pattern, the culture. If and when we are able to review and revise our cultural setting, and then we'll see the change now. Yeah, expecting.
Yes, offer me to see ya. Oh, the kind of culture that we practice more or less no say ukupie baby ebusianfo ebepɛ sɛ you will use that position, either abuse it, misuse it, overuse it,
yes. They don't care.
to support the family. And in that sense, being critical of your own out of the equation. Yes, sir.
That is not how they think. It's not in their thinking. No.
Okay.
You don't think that way. Now, we come to a say, now, bed you and your papa dia, now, our fadia swa. I buy a jumania with papa dia. So, how dear the call? Until I make Trinity, I say, your quarter does not give us, say, you need the spirit of excellence. So, until who's the outcome about who say, Jesus Christ is all forsake you, be our mamma, no papa. Yes, you understand. Yes, you now. Obia, yeah, me mamma and papa now we. Also, yes, I will be crash ahead. Yes, something for. I will need your papa fee on Caho. So, what is happening?
Aye.
What papa we are. No, be able to everywhere, as well. What you cut the that time every year. Some of papa, yeah, that down. Yes, your papa be. And that why you be to a full mammy, you be to the free. What papa feel be too. Or fast for will take over. You be there, you be and yet what fasting for a year, me papa, my sister, mother, and you be me papa, dear. Me, says me papa, me up with me, me papa, it was sheets and Buffer could change. On me, tia, cocoa, me papa would do that over 40 years ago. Nansaya, me papa, me up back, or also UK, Manchester, no buy na. You see a papa, no, you my time. People, I have 10 rooms or so, 10 or 4. They say, no, fast for the none, and I took over. Now, I didn't cry air time, say, me as Santa Cotta, dear, come on, meet here, say, what fast for the dear, dear. A year, me papa, the sister, Miss Wambalo. That's a woman, you know, who says, I do not grandchildren. Now, Yadami Probico, maintain that said grandchildren with a dear, dear. And Tia, boy, and my brother or Manchester, was he or papa died, Pinia, son of Obetrim. One more catches a year as anti-4, me papa granddaughters, you know. Yeah, as anti-4, you're tap for, ye did a jadia. So, papa, we are caught, confused. What, yes, I'll be just a better trim of woman also. 1 year recorded, cassette, I'm saying, Jesus Christ, what kind of culture is this? Yeah, woman himself, woman, nana, woman, mommy, wafa, a year, papa. One of the see down. And so, yeah, papa no see down. Yeah, we're going to your grand uncle as a grandfather. One must see, yeah, money a bit. Yeah, papa will call the 40 years into young. That is the culture we are operating. What papa we are, you see, yeah, that old coffee, you papa, we are a Jabitias, yeah, the dad die every year. What papa we are this year. At the Bible, you see, at the 40 days after Massa, nobody cares about you, so obey you, obey. You see, that is a culture. It's how can we get excellence? How can we make progress operating such a culture? No. I don't hear the quan buy more. I buy a dual person. We are very honest. We are dead on, precise. Pepper see a butchery when your promotion. I say, I don't know who you're too much. You know, papa, slow down. So they tell you that is how quite people. I call crime. It's the woman, that is the thinking. You're only as for the black man's culture does not resonate in in progress. And so at the same time, also, yes, baby said, try your and the unity is strength. You can't honest alcohol, but in practice, unity is not a strength in African sense. No, we'll be very individualistic. We'll be a penny beer.
Okay, all right.
So
you now offer this is what I want us to do. On say culture okay no. They will cite some instance. They catch also anybody could remove there's almost baby among other things. Ni nyinaa no deɛ ɔmo yɛ nyinaa ne sɛ ɔmo program wo ɔho they are programming you into believing say as wɔ fie a na oye so on the identity no enti you grow up and come to accept that as a way of life then what about your default state.
That's right.
Now no we want people to move away from that thinking. Now ɔmo bɛhu no sɛ it is not all about o small family no so now you see movie I'm here you see Indians you know they have some very beautiful storylines papa bia opiepia ne ba ne bribe tuatua bribe wa ma ne ba ekoye medical doctor na afi eguduru mpempensu bi na wo se abrantie ekoye obi surgery ewo bi appendix ho right medical doctor na offre ne colleague surgical table so na offre ne colleague say oye eyi a your friend say appendix ho adwuma ehemfa na appendix ho of twum na afi finally akowie say patient no ewuye na doctor ni nua ba ono nso kan krofo a ye kan say obi anya critical of his own no ono nso ye critical of no abusua right enti emra onya wink of what ni nua eye ewo surgical ward no ana oba afie no oba ka cha ne papa say you see what you people have done na wo papa o kan sa na mfem say papa no bufu ye nti papa no ebo na sum ebi no fa twum obo na sum ana oba no busa ne papa say wo sesisia se uhia surgery would you allow your son to work operate on you afi na papa na yedin ana obusa ma me say wo enura wo ba a prescribe ama unyina emu de he na wanom because omo ankasa nim say omo ba no eye mpiepia ana o maye debe o mapiepia na odi akoduru suru honom no enti emra abofra yi busa ne parents this question no afi no o maye din na afi no o madwene na sabi na ada no na ahya ase ni nyane to think in terms of the whole enti ofa se no ye pese yesesa adwene no enti obi a no odwen se ade wo fi a oye enti se corruption kra na se mebusuani no beye na ode ade abafi a menye din I don't have to be critical of my own edien ane ye beye to reprogram this person to come to realize say wo uma obusuani no de ade no bafie through corrupt means you are promoting something that will grow to become a big danger to the whole society. How do we program ourselves to come and see things differently from this angle? What mazika kra?
Mate ase na we should not expect that changeover no in our lifestyle. And adia
and possible to see our own.
And cry no me to say because the courts are no what I'm saying me about example say young account for fast DNA me papa e woda say the grandchildren the team a brain so ananka obi di kan be ye changes kakra e ye Rollins be di ade no what the PNDC law 111 e buy still it's on our statute books young me papa wuyi SSS apply that law no that is making a change in our cultural setting no as so who say if you no papa Kofi Chumberman ne dia wo mo wo fa no so wo ware ma ahodo miensa o wo ma ye me ka they know say wo mo wo fa ne me ba e to be Kofi okwa na me kai bi fra brochire ba afoforo me papa wo fa se ba ko penimu pa wo no Kofi na wo ko brochire a na yo akwa ba wo musa me se me free and can land in bedroom come so me buy kwa him for me because me papa me fie me papa wo fast no na me ka so obeka bi say hey kwame akwadbu ko propra da aprenia sa no na mu nia kofi waba wo fa ba no wo fra bo tab no na ho no, that did not happen. Me try one more with him come and at the end kofi ko abrete wo mane me da na me tumbotum no so be will be adwene kwa me is card the mom so mo ko to adwene me be kwa ma no me ti wa ya kakalam si o si wa na me ko yo si yo any atri wo mu sa ba bia me tie me fi fi all ya wo me ho na me tie me papa wo fa ase eno no so where is it na me ka say sa mindset na da ho wo no law wo ho ka Rollins be me papa wuye ka at least me papa ejapade no ye chem ne ma nyina che say ye wo a portion half and our fast for so half nanka edi any brain na reduce no say the year ma me papa ma nyina 30 ba kokra ni wo dan wo fie ho because was me papa fie me ma me dan lem ni wo fast no wo so wo papa wo mo de ti wo even though the law so when me case me di akira I will have to go to court and court problems again it may take more than 10 years. The pension is coming to be up to play. I could easily go to court with this and to invoke the PND 111. Say if you know OI 279, I didn't me papa this year. One may few rounds to the back enemy. Now come on, GB. Me am a CBD and I'm a command one two. Or more ever far young fat. Now, Oko baby also the same thing. Just a few attractive phobia and we are one the ordinary fear or the amount the back. You know the back. I'm papa de ono we platoni wan said that ko wuye no fast for afefie no nti say ye pese yes sister say you know Adam say it will not make happen in our lifetime no e beche pa na sa dream free nipa etimo e beche you take him because remember sa quarter ya 50 over 100 years or bro sa kra be it how can you say maybe in about 50 years I'll wait me assistant e beche papa e ade e beche we able to start somewhere but a bit check
send
and we are doing and let's see I say yes you are going to for Moses here
and snappy why
so that you better to December ya I'm not party I can see you know MPP near this you know one can someone who's here to now we are England UK yet to about the papa who can one when I'm playing Nyansa crew I'm telling you market about to be to deeper bed 3 or 4 ebewu e be two and asika be blantai be pie obi tiri yes the obabia MPP there they pie tiri and this on you be worse than animals on you need the spirit of excellence and then inflammatory statement to be a papa brand sample a great bit so and you hand over my and this that yo and I suffer Roman Catholic Church and who said there be as the Kofa started beating the wall drops instead of so peace, you know. Young here and the Bema, me see the Papa 9 or 6 every war, I don't know. Into a friend MPP 4 and this was Omum Rani and Trusty. Now woman near home common and can for peace in Bra. What's your from woman near MPP near will be an war bass meeting. And then the woman can say, Ya bre MPP near DC 4 Ghana country friend and young mummy mutia. Say, young Thelma mummy MPP and for moment I am to see about Ghana. Again, if you see a two about baby, I know a two about about why Ghana, why you two about me see the TV and you probably about to be 4 years, somebody get killed somewhere. They are this year, it may be the same. Your friend meeting, a friend with peace talk, Nanka will be a Caucasian radio show, MPP or Monka, Jeans and the Ayana Butri. Also, quarterly changing everything. Woman, my woman, and will be answering your movie. So, case away, no, you team for quite so. Na ya tu ya musi krom ya ka se MPP ni NDC ya ntan na Ghana ba na nyini che MPP ni NDC na MPP ni aba da be ba ya sa ekrom ye mu pe an fa kro ni nyina ase obubotom ya ka sa ye kum nipa ye body petu and krante twani patrim change no peace na ema ye to abawo abotira peace free wo call police station wo mark ya na ko one person kwanwa ye just ka bi ka no
okay
7th of December me see the wo beti. And you probably have 6, 7 young people will be shot or get blunt time because what MPP, but I could take NDC. We had the second exam.
You
South Society, we yeah, we say you see, we say you never free Panama. So, see, change no emma for the you need the spirit of excellence. Excellence ya dia papa efe enkoso for the general you need be you pay young choir MPP for pre so one the better breaking it and this was woman you trying to say ding yeah and second you to a bem. And American Republicans, you need Democrat. Obi also I pay to me no, but yen first guy London, UK, the Labour Party will be the same to me no. Ya first guy peacefully ya hand over. Can attempt the over Africans where. You see, you're so nearby. I did a court, no, Master. You need. As a patriot, you need the spirit of excellence.
You need the spirit of excellence. Yo, of a chum. Yeah. Better was it. Another time. Remember why to say why psychologist and I say counselor. So I will be abet now with him. Na obutaya opese uyinyina and they say you need to bring this person to the awareness of the spirit of excellence. So,
excellence. Thank you.
Inti ekwan be na abefa so ohun I say wuchire wo bia de no odren fa ha na fa ha ekwan be so na abechire sa woni kro no say the spirit of excellence is much needed in ourselves. Ovajum, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You yeah Ovajum dia ene on my list say a monarch ana echo eti yenche ho kra no yema arantepa yema monarch nso akwaba monarch bamaso na boko de oti bas mo eti o mama nsaso okay, all right then, that's fine okay. In that case I'll move on to Nati Bongo, na Nati Bongo, the Alpha Romeo man. Also, moyen komo kakra. It's Nati Bongo. What you mean? Bama so Nati Bongo.
Papa, I drink here.
Hey, Nati, impom to say.
Yeah, Papa. Better be on the catcher.
Yes.
In Kwasi, I did use a friend of COVID videos and one not to
What about you?
Now Africa need to need this every day COVID there. My was what to my was no. Now Omwa Pani or my will be at the booster almost when I down I don't know. Be an immune system there, but
that's right. And yes, okay. We'll be an idea.
I mean for Konya we and that's on chai and penny for more a waha and Sibio Mokano. Papa, you know, Anna de Bia can. West boys, you could see a changing who was a bet. Yabaha, it is for Chumuni, of a Kwame cried there. Or big catchers say with Didi. Nenuna, Papa de Biano. People think say Bia, but a Didi, Papa Didi here. Papa, Yadian Papa Crana. Well, and said I count to say, say, Zadame catcher said, for choir, when none may call African market, or share, for food now share one, sodium quan 2,400 mil, there be Mindy. Abra uko jungle jamsa body yakwa de try ye ye Dominican Republic and this Caribbean sea on do yi pa ni Costa Rica mo the body papa what to be back you know mo to bi ho what you try what the audience see just so what can madam fi Ghana ba what dey kitua bi e ba ye de wo fufu kitua bi so hu fufu so di a what din kakra bi what meat so ba wa say me no kasa kra no me fish me ba be ye me fish kitua bi na match it by Rekakra because me and then I'm a condo. Just say meat, you know, maybe, but I don't remember last time my talk Ibia upon TV and as Ibia. Once in a while do a number debate may consume more fish, you know, because of the age, you know, Papa, me so I can say me 30s there. They just say me kwa no. I say something wood yet.
Ubia beko.
Kwasi wood yet. Aha, and you know, Papa.
Na
say you DJ ni yensu no.
Yeah, hwe ni ye.
Nipanya da bia wo hwe America yensu a ye no wo hwe wo kra expiring date wo. Nti one day bi wono ma your spring water wo na na mate say no ye o tank dey wa pe kakumba kakra watwitwa gum wa pe eyi kakra to bi wo so wo sori kwa na wo ye funu no mane nhome enya da bia wo sori me yonko bi wa difufu no na fu pa ya ye last year na me na na fu e boss say ni na ko ono na fu pa ni no fa sabu ba ka anga say one re ya kroma de ye hu sa one re a sanko to ya beto mo na kra o to you know I feel ono so me formula na me fa ye no all five because anopa fufuo ayia banku ana uta America ha ukoye adwuma waba 8 hours pe waba beda oh so sorry so whiskey unya whiskey no whiskey American whiskey asi kire nko na utwingu yem sa ube untem nti papa ma wo so yade na to agu
na say wo de we nya kura na unya bi
I didn't wanted to affect other people
some wo de wan ka say unya bi we nya bi na unya bi
ya bi nya bi on tini ye
on say wifi na aka say unya na wo test ye no first one wo test ye no
negative Sunday no Sunday me
say ya mai nti umo ya mane ya mai
okay dia bia ye
nti umo ya mane
na me ko ye na me ko ye test no ti me ko ye no so mi ubi mi ni nyina ubi
I see
me dia no na me ho den dia me di ka say on say ma no den
one idea mum na I see said we are very concerned about what do you need no so him say you need to take it a notch up say many a time you know we talk about you do need said you can you know also koto aduane no koto aduane na wo beno ano so o can the correct ones I also won but then pempi no what we haven't put our minds to sometimes aduane no ye ba ye de bedufia said ye sinu ano no it either makes us lose about 70% of what is essential in the food unim say bayra ye die aduane bia eboko fom bia no uni ba bia the nutrients ne won uni ba bia wo aduane eboko fom bia no uni ba bia ni nutrients ne won
I think say ni tuni ni ti o ana
okay ewo just underneath the skin aduane eboko fom bia no the nutrients no mostly no ewo just underneath the skin right and imagine wakoto bayre bayro aduane no the nutrients na ankasa no ewo just underneath the skin ana bayre so sensene a onza wo sensene bayre no ene ne hunu no bi ana wato atwene so nim za enti technically what is happening and they say nutrients na ewo bayre ni mu no ye sensene atwagu but there are ways with the right enema you will be able to cook bayre no with the skin on now we are easily we don't suffer skin on free home and then you retain the nutrients of the yam and see you bedding come away so that you will be able to take sa nuane ehunsemi and notch up what I say because my hun say we are very critical about
me try no I'm say bayre nko na bayre nko say first no neno na ya na ene no de won say me nshada mfa nko so ho but ene me friend me olumai so ho da bia me dana sesa I don't know me friend bia enye ne buso me sika bi ene bia but me friend da bia kase ya nkwa me dinachi na sabio na dwuma say ya me kai 1998 the Mem Timber Company. Then time no track bear or timber track bear 3. It just told me or started a farm anywhere and did a chini wedding nano. That time I was so young, I didn't understand. Like, come on, I mean, my man just here, but now he took battle, worry, I won't mind. We just say, Papa, me who say, yeah, of a 2 money. I want to hear the rare prophet because life on the Obekan Atra on Wafabi Muntu or Katra pet. With a month and a bed, the beer one papa, I can't. Me age, who do 20, 1 year, the bed pole, and who do one grown at all, who do 30s, early 30s, who got 31, 32. No one tell say 1 year way now, here we are, saying a bed pole, who do mid 30s, yeah. Everything I'm okay, no, just say, but when it comes to a DDA, any quiet fast one because papa, your body no organs no woman. I can say what could be about here you can say what times better I think I bought. So your body no be a bit remubiano, a be my effect. And make sure somebody say I don't remember the last time one we double dear pass and we double dear you what the be a minute my wife near you. Body will be one up I but me body me I am say me there you wo you crassy if papa the bia or you quote for granted body and you to me the so na lemongrass yibi enu bi na na de no a we are na ye nkɔ no nsuo krampo enu asanso no bi na na no me papa me krache nyankopɔn ni munyam pa sa me life amadri say makoda hospital bi ama de EKG bi eyi system so e de nsuo hospital nsuo fa body da I'm telling you for more than 30 something years ni so ho na say papa there's some near maybe you said this abrofi your mudi see when it comes to your near ni die ko papa so timi didi ye na hu chemistry na papa unyare ukwa Caribbean so papa sanya de hunu we cancer ne kwase ya de hankrofo okrum ebi ni wo diabetes ni kwase ya de sa ebi ni wo
I say eat your food.
So food be preach ya. I just question baby no akondum adro bed 4 5 and send we preaching yes ah ni na wo no oh baby papa I say to me every program here wo na ye dua nuane so wo nuane ye organic na asase no nye garam say na de be ya papa ye tie class school dem emre me pay school dem ya go school Monday morning na emre sa emre fite ya e friend na emre na e pay ebu a won fitire people kitwa bi wo twam bo say oh papa say yetumi enya leaders nyansa wo mu na tima bo na Ghana ni o say manya yeah diploma cry say enya ni hybrid new you know cry kidney we enya bi Ghana ni want to be a me liver me kidney so papa just by the way
very very important pa so very very important. And me sure say you spend a little bit more time on and some near kind being critical of your own. So what a preamble no kakra fa me boa.
Pete pa o start here no. Na me da ha na me TV on the na one. Wo bon sem so na wo bo mu na kia bo no bi o.
I said me boy na want it.
Let me tell you something. Me can't tell you online.
Okay.
Program no me. Me secret no program no start bia. Me be 20 minutes there. Me can't tell you online. And sakra na me be nyina no. Ma prepare that.
That's good.
I don't know but I don't know.
You any bonkomo kakra what na say mona ka beta chire so no so be so ka biti no yenko mama ba si meeting so nya hwe dia aka ni na ye mugu nti no to aso
you don't somebody ka kasa bia papa abrante bi wo ha friend say monarch say o di nyum bia ba o say ba ku bi na politics ni we ni there when can some be ka say
fellow Ghanaians fellow Ghanaians
say politics nyum there politics and you are winning or Ghana no na or simple will be at me to be but once I need the end you code deep or so change with but I mean you know the buy you know in some phobia one and then me that one no Debbie Mona can see it to me na mwabia why if you brandy because a high life no so be who young guy pa or boys a high life no abrabomu some once I me pay good vibes. It means I coca young man coca me fee TV. There be a young for Biba. Oh, dear, we are take quiet, and there be a nipa so ni na uti ni me affect you. I find I could take Satawale need some young like Kutia young Cassianos are there be. Sanuma Mona to boy. So would cause a wood tea and would take a back be a fire pan is say. And only I am a hallmark with Juma. O kasem bi woni nyum se wadwuma ena ya wo yiri panyini wo yira wo di tifie de wo de fa nsa wo yire ketewa bi no credit. You don't go phobia. Be worried about 2-3 years or what you want COVID bomb day, Master Obana Janajamo will get cry, Master, well, Janajano. Certainly, when you're in the Jumana, no ye, Jumani, obey inside the Danikomu, the inside the Namnason. But Jumani say, I can't intimate massive is in Mano. Obana Pecam Bebre, so Janico. So, if we are Bema, I'm say, a Kuma Yemen pa, and Papa. A Juma dear, we are Bema Crano pa, because I don't know whether you're working from home, you are working from office, or anywhere, baby, we are Jumabiano. Papa, Sika, why would you mojani or time? Aye, na ye piao cano. Papa say, oh dear, would the answer to home rather than Sikabia, if you be the other chow, and I Sikabia when you're free. Any puppy out on side, yeah, Jumana, oh yeah. Tima to me, would be to two near my yard. We are, where Jimmy are, only answer say, Sikawi, my bread, no bidding in your food, and Papa. Me, Debia Meka, baby, you free night, yeah, ban, yeah, anything. I mean, some of us, we grew up in Crassi Betty, and any tear or because now, Papa, Sadi, Italy, Wakofa will be, Nanyata Kakra, Germany, Wakofa Kakrabia Ba. See what is hard, Nitian Raimu. So, some of us, and maybe a bedroom biano. Now, it me survive because of Nitia Kakra, Ebia, Yemuno. So, Papa. Mona can you see it to me? Who be quiet out to me, and I unite me tea. So, yet me tea be not a moon semono. Yet me funny to me the boy a bra. Because, and then, me say, ding. So, being ya, then a new young guy out there, which also a boss, will be a pair Afro beat. And then young moon, quasi a cake, now, ye buya. See, Papa, I want them to be seen on Papa. Mr. Chunka, send you or topic, and maybe the second round and remember because me can't share me who you because my grandma by them send me face and I said we have fast and me. Papa, media, the Pia Master make car, mom for say me hard dream, be principled. Me Papa said me catch it or no, ne struggle me who be at the age of that younger age now. Me sure Papa car pa just them one she oh soon so Bema pa soon so coco Nina na me can who be and then Yamia ya dom na wa fefe pa no asifie na wo say ye di of as ya there we must am kwasa se binti si Yamia fasa massive be obey free man na say e bia na me pasa me pa ba bia madri na me papa bra wa bre me ma me bra wa bre ye nuanom bra ya bre hu na ka sia wi to say me wo fa na wa asifie ti no oni ho de a obedi me boku atra papa untimi ma obia o papa e bo bra me fa kwata we enye djuma wo me life o enye djuma wo me life fa kwata na o papa fie so fa tun weekend na bra papa bre pa papa bra wa bre mi die kire bi o me ma me die kire bi ye nuanu ye 4 o ye die kire ye hu bre ni bi na ya tran ko bi masa wo so wo papa ni bi go to your father's house. I mean, me offer and Yami, I idea say, yeah, me offer asking for so be a born home day or more to Quana, where see if bed, 7 bedroom on any rent. Media, me papa class where they can't Canada and Yami Shan say, Manya papa be or testa or nobody kind, I ain't near my BBA and mini movie. This is a question you know, I move for Niana, if you must have the 12 show from me boom, feel boom. What papa? Standing my where my gunner. Amanfo bi ye gan kapa ekuma din krofo e wo Ghana no enya sam ketwa to obi asini fie meti hai me ne me yire sami biro sami ye den yo enya covid hwe bra ni pebre hwe me yire sori bo sori ahomachi o inu aduane wo ye me breakfast wo ye say na tran wa beta fast dey say we go fa ni edi in the first fie no asa stan kwasi akoncha na esi twam o papa wo ye bema wo a wo japade ye wo madea wo busuafo no obi a wo papa maame obi aso nya bi mane ma saa kwasa konta ne yade a ama nkofo bebre sense from nkofo bebre ntini anko ama nkofo bebre aye lazy because me da bia ye ko abusua na ye ba me ka play say mo amote asa mo ye mo nyina mo magugu abroche mo ama obi a me ye bibi na nyame mfasa ama me papa nyame mfasa ama ida e bia me kra me film but in case they bibi ko si na be draga say na no fa si na be tretre mabusua ase a me boku I'm telling you me bread pa breno me ma o bread pa brebebebe nyina abusia no de ne ya eso obi ani abusia papa gidi ma no si no at the age of starting me call secondary school 2007 secondary school. Prior to time I call secondary school, I don't save HFC Bank. Then time I don't know if that bank still exists in Ghana. Not me save kobo ne bicycle me ya hang kaka no. Not me two savings. Me started saving ya check. Me call secondary school. Me first cocoa. Me papa chama me a yeti and I made it tackle BA Barclays Bank. Then time not go so I finish BA Barclays Bank first. Who are one ma? I did for 4 years. Dear pa no secondary school bia Crebiano. Na you bet my who quite instead of be able to see sika. Me school. I did 2011 more baby and me baby school no. Na sika my can be me the top plot. Me got top plot to doma then time no that is sha. I mean me no 20 years cry. Me told me plot e to me to 2 plots and I me toy. E do baby papa say okay say we be you say na busu no na say nyanya pija ne katrenti we say o see 5 bedrooms me busu afo no na e close wo mo na ja. Said be ya o mo me han bibiri ana me ti ase me plot wo me ma to ase bi anka da chi ana me ti ase na ye di esi ye papa kono ko hefie no masa papa si an change your suban as Ghanaians and change your culture ne sa ne mana papa ye be bre no government ne be back Ghana so bit ma be boya me ho atoye papa kono ko hefie ni o ma ye fie no obi be kwa wo say we timi say oni be me da no ontimi mo ne ho ban wa 6 then 5 and cross 6 way 4 5 no mu gum koka kwasasam sa ukope na say homeless bi da bi papa ye jimi dodo e say timi saki ye busuafo say wo yo ba na wusi so na wusia be ma bi na wufi say be ma need ma bi adi a wonu awo ba ko bienu na wo se na de na ti aba wa ham no obogum be ma so ni dwuma papa bi adi say problem na say aba be da ye so no I am one so many. Papa, you be cost school, me tell you. And yes, I be out for past 2 weeks. Me baha, I'm a con the person I can trap. Go me ya. 3 such as that bay, me shame with 3. Papa should be. Because say Jay should be. Kwaku Johnny should be. Yeah, still now they are not satisfied. Me mammy, you pay. And to master, me a drew my car and say, Master, she no come in, hope your baby. Bearman now know what die or what take them, fuck what honor because Saberman say, on a move. Ana o say ko ware foforo e ba akohwibra na sika esenka ebia me baby cry say me din ko vacation no mama sa first ka no e de hwe kwasampan bi ba masa sa culture and the papa esi etwam ene unyanya no sa culture no esi etwam wo Ghana ho na obi anya sika se ja brofo wo sika no aboni nya sika one ne yire ne mo di amom so mu di is a good investment me yonku bia me ne wo adwuma Johnny Don, who should see also better man a 5 years abroad near Juma. Ghana near, I feel a bushyamu problem, as in a bushyan problem or power. It's papa, me as time goes on. So me can say a far a bushyani may be a beguia once while because we nipa. Oh, they work of a problem now, but problem now work for buy in the crown. Ya so problem now. Baba could be or sign him. Or whom I come 9. Papa cannot crow. 9, are they? 9, what do you mean? It would be a big cow cry and don't even to Narika. Just say, oh, no, yeah, yes, this way, Waka, you must do a brooch, no abomidin. Now abomidin because Bosumidiano, Uncle Robina 150 Bias and Huntino. The 3 mine there. See, Papa, but be a dry, your culture and a political with a politics, and maybe I'm a second run, but be there, I mean, I make can come in. And because one of me want them because some cause I said, maybe so many people on this platform are going through the same, and maybe on my result or monka or the best of but that's fine. But Papa, yes, and Niamana, of course, Wagana, your Bushiamu, Bushia, just a dipano on Pebre. The same of us here, me can Bibiana, Kaya Yato and so 5 years. 2 hours on call, a Juma also be Tika, Yatokanama, or Koto Kana for 4, Eddie, Edmund, wait, what I say, maybe sorry, I'm going to Bushia now, skies all share with Bushiam. Sabi, Mr. Makowa Obi Baba, yes, Makofa Obi Baba, and anything. I said, with me making sure say, Sikane Bra or Brewan, also with me a DB. Or Tiwana say, Yabuano, Yatoka, Yamani Pano, with Chika and condemn, Ama, yes, I any bonka, a cotton can for 4, and Australia. Mimi mota me ko Ghana mimi twino wakofa osra no de oba bi ti so na we keeping up across the trade, I'm telling you. Or the number keep you say now.
I was see. I was say
And
across
radio
it's not
to
there.
a
First
bit
mommy,
video
why?
way so now yet to your home for. You bet then you feed your kunkum when you to your home for say. And no thing a ban be a bar, bibi kakra or you know, and so you need because. Because you have to tell more. It's just and we are like that's how what we be 15. I better now. I ban be the I ban be more when you be so. Ah, so it's your best friend. Say of a tum come me my dick I know me papa for there me dana say the piano so kakra me ni gine ho so ho nani say me the bia document bia se piano because e bi kura gum fi ha every document every land every cocoa houses and all that I have copy of documents here the papa bank accounts I know where or save ni I know sika free mu am me such as here yeah eti say me pa bra me papa at that younger age, Coco for the mother from a player and Kappa material almost not Cassia there. If you're really more at the hour, Kawa no man because also Papa ni because Papa see not claim it. Ah, Sanya said the
Yo, I was see.
not claim it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
But I say, my bit because sometimes they are not.
I'm say when it comes to matters of your family, I'm to me say yeah now o charge pa so yeah o charge pa na ni nyina e say you are also being critical of your own, right? Say them kind we all need to work on the small corner that we belong to. You would want members of your family to become responsible, to live upright in all their ways. Let's put it that way. You are being critical of them. When we come again, we being critical of our own. No, if how the NDC is critical of matters of the NPP and NPP critical of matters of the NDC. If they were to be critical of their own with the same energy and even more than they are critical of others, just imagine what could happen. And then you can say a word or two about that. And I will see. Thank you very much. Now, any yanko Munak honum right away. Now Munak any monko Munak Bamaso officially.
I drink it.
Good. So what to say? I could see onyum no ye a duham. Yes, I can a demfua. Yeah.
Last week I think Meki said it can.
Meki, yeah.
Meki, I think Meki also says something like that. But I'm going to say more support. When you are in a group, I wouldn't say I drink Bibri also I'll be about or churn out a piece of wisdom or platform. So, oh yeah, dear, you would want to maybe a critic. To me throw and your man I'm bibia. Said you'll be number to why me picky when it comes to music now. I try to also make sure say every line be a metron, meaning the entire cancer and the entire cancer. At least I'll say to me making sense to a lot of my listeners on BT, and most importantly, like I said the other day, say me this 70 years I made dream in penny if you my friend Abesriwa and I'm a bayakopra. I should still be proud of and some of my count you. But mostly I say one thing is I say people want to follow trends. And you see we never cool Afrobeat never cool and there's Afrobeat is the one can see me to say or ban hips in this animal Charlie follow trends there be and to bet you be now audience bit me or year or year and I will couldn't bit in you and my how Ebiane or non quantum yes I am obi soft be catch me say me a gospel song be soft and catch me say when him says I knew award that when you say Mimi T, this is what the song has done for me. Ubisa me say, what do I call a successful album? And I'm going to say, a successful album there. Pandits never cast a new sales, airplay, your born baby, you might be a very popular. no say ɛno yɛ deɛ nkurɔfoɔ dwen but ɔno no ɔka ma mede ato me tirim sɛ a successful album and as a successful track ɛne nnwuma a obi tie yɛ a ɔma wo feedback say hey I listened to your song and this is what the song did to me te sɛ deɛ na me nua bongo ka te sɛ the last time me nua mɛki sɛ the kind that is my Grammy that is enough for me at least mehu sɛ ɛnwom no I make sense to obi it's enough deɛ aka ne nyinaa bɛbɛ biara mehu ne sɛ bonus auntie most of these songs and I say this in all humility say my best songs are not yet out because meaning the kind of songs I'm going to go we mo ye enwuma me ye gu o sese minya somufo bi a na me ka chen say me ye nwum boa me a na obi sa me say so show me some of your works these are some of the works I can show to the person say oh me nwum ba ko ni I say we receiving a metro no but what the hit songs I feel say gam ni nyina ba out na nya somufo afi de ode bebe nyina no because whether you like it or not as a musician e bedu bebe no obepem onsem besa and I still find it excessively difficult to understand why certain people still come out with songs udu bebe a wanya o legacy na a sealed didi wodin no ho saa me if I was to be Daddy Lumba me mfa nwum bia ma abontin bio Daddy Lumba to me owu ese build the statue man Daddy Lumba kodwantwim no nse so mo saa da nwum bia ba out bio because we still haven't consumed me nya ntaban saa nwum no nyina consuming nwie yo ankwa no ma me de me bravo for the saa nwum no nyina nya consuming nwie they will live through eternity ye ma beba betie and it will still make sense to them daughters of glorious Jesus and so mo ya nwum bia bio I mean omo nwum ma ye no from time memorial ni so ani tiri na they are still relevant today ye mo bi na ese ye start ye so ye try say be didi e wo omo omanamo ni mu ne yeso so ya learn na de bibia ba to also feed our generation but that the lumba modinti menum bebre ho me de agu ho because I feel say obey nyum na wie sika be promo ne sa ne mane nyina anti why do you waste your time go to the studios pay oba me try nyum be 450 euros na me try 450 euros de ayanyum me wie a DJ ono wonhu Davido da no bo Davido nyum free ba o yimana wonimu no o se twa 2000 mame ansan ma bonyum enkwase asem inti me de nyum ne beto dem but as and when I feel say I have a message to shine out no na my nam de nyum na ba bontin so that's just why they buy
yo thank you very much Monarch na koso my enwum saa di mu ode de etufu saa yensu bibi ewom I love it said the all kind say o Grammy the impact the song makes on people Buju Banton right Buju Banton
one of my all-time favorites
wakase bi na say o say Afrobeat I can want say me it's not uplifting it's not uplifting Africa it is not freeing
no.
The minds of Africans although said the kind no it is filling the pockets of the musicians no two ways about that it is filling the pockets of the musicians it is giving a lot of job to so
it's
many
not
people
filling up their souls
but it's that's what he was making reference to I love it so the own why you say the TBR impact when it comes to it being able to feed the soul echo and not just the numbers because why is that
on say me free TV3 mentor by 2012 na colleagues are free mentor by obi a praise obey nyom and me I was relaxed to cry because na minim say me gift partner say I don't struggle to write songs maybe I don't write my songs I don't script them me nyom minya me record good phones me to good phones so in me ko studio no na enyom na me ekoto na te say de me nua na bongo nyom na me hia na me ekoto minim say de sikuta phone I have to say na me to a baby environment so I go to the studios what menu ni shi mitimi na makoto na ma ba me baby and our friends were your WhatsApp platform people were releasing I'm saying hey we are na iman on fanyu bia man am so So when I did those days, I'm a gospel with my bank essay. And one lady sent it to a Muslim lady, a person converted from Islam to Christianity. And when him say, some families, we are Cremonina Peso Jibesum, Yamia Nanya easy mouth. So the lady, the mom is dead, the dad is also dead, and our table Fina, or Mudin and Izad into the Ube Jai Islamako Christusumu. So the friend says she sent my song to her. Into a tea and I get on a send a voice note to ma. Sa madam for mentor colleague no forward the audio mammy, and I was so touched. I'm say, hey, me I cry you no. Me said who you know serious because if you say your ma one of those songs that Uko studio be happening now so you record it. And then you ma share that's what I say actual. Sa anyum ni bi no. And get on the audio no send my madam for no. I was so touched. I'm say and you me VGM award and me na ha no.
And I send the man TV. Why? I send the man TV.
Oh yeah, me best send them on my bank say I will.
I send the man.
It's sanity.
You. And stood away. Young monk come kakra na fe unu anom so mrabi. Why? We being critical of our own. If the energy we use to be critical of others, if we were to use it on being critical of our own, what would have been the outcome? Mama preamble several times into me assure so what to be a come into no. So that way, also boy and come kakra. Why?
Okay, so na me better say me offer chum na or can't see me na we no. Say he made mention of the fact that say Catholic priest be afraid NPP and DC 44 and Sembia by the champion kind. None of them showed up. You see, say we are can be paying men so much can be a say insertion, and they would always try to justify amongst some market forgetting say atmosphere now you will see in a volatile. I mean, some of these comments are not healthy for the moment and as at times I will mean, and yet what can say me say I will show be kutupa to him say election time do not far back or the baby be a by the champion crab of Kwame because after all I am acting upon some more kind, but these are not healthy. To me, I appreciate. I say, then she need you and can it no conforms to crown or they come no and can in some. To me, I appreciate. Auntie, the energies we use to criticize others now, if we could use the same energy to do self-introspection. Na ya anka sanso so, ye de ahwehwe mu anke be hu se, ya anso ye tosini wo baby. I want say, ye nyina as individuals, you know, if our lives were to be books, there would be 1 or 2 pages, we wouldn't be proud to read. And as it would be reading those pages to us, we wouldn't be proud to listen to. But sometimes, in your hodende, shankophobia, can't say any answer as if we are perfect. Media, there be I can only talk about myself. Only may criticize you, India. That is because I don't make criticizing on me. I dare me. I can't conscience scratch the massa. Now, the bombarded per man. Why just my page? What is the moral justification? Which you will be well. I feel me throw conscience in bully the boa so on. But when you do something and the conscience keep on in Jadia, as every time the situation live with you for the rest of your days. In the mostly the energies are
Monaco say BBS Monarch so me hands so there. Let's wait and see. Say BBI better turn the kama and then Monarch will carry on beautifully. Monaco or they no commute it's or mute to whom and then you can carry on. Yeah, sure. So
na me ka say energy a be a minua bombardia na Mr. Abi and Mr. Chum ɛbɛyɛ biribi a mede bɛ criticize no. So if later on me who say, oh, me kwana mini adequate information about asma me kafa owura Chum ho na say of abodi ho afi na menya the right information, I should be able to come out to say sorry. Because na wonim ti na bi a wokan and I bia na wonim. But wa wo so hu say ade na wo criticize na wo twa ball no wo class as na so te. But most of the time no nipa bebree no ye bo wa wo nso ne yakwa kwata kromfo atente ho twa ye to ne ko hwia treasure srama.
Hey,
forgetting say nipa na ye
nyabotre na to wase we kura wo so de twro nwom. Wo se ye bo wa enso ye kwata kromfo nya sa. Hey,
obo wa za obo wa ye ntakromfo o kwata kromfo nso obo wa na wa ne ba kromfo yi wa kwata ne se wo mpese obi hu se obi te ho afi kromfo yi ba ona wo we ya ba na se kromfo ni
obedwane enti obo wa ye ntakromfo
men kwata kromfo because o wa ne be ba ma kromfo na we wa tie dwane wonim se atente ho twa to wa wonim se wo catch you be say nipa ne pensa by bia wo yenhu drinking spot ba wo de wo de wo dem ye call fridge ma o fridge mo chen ayi iceman pap wo nsa wa hyehyɛ no fridge mo no see the fact that obi ane de ma na ba bonti a wo hu a wo kan nche say wo wundi hu for last month first Sunday of last month ye kwa sorry na ye so for we were treating leadership Sunday school and ye ka say obi wa sorry na say ma no position bi na ontene ne ho nya e de na asecheche ye e na me ma me saso na me say adenti na ese entertain se nipa no say ya ma na adwuma na ontene ne ho nye ni asori mpanyi for friend bi san say oh problem bi a o ma ye hu e bia na problem bi o wo fi ntene ma won't me handle asori adwuma no say oni problem bia but o me mama excuses na me kwa adwuma na then I say still ado ya no ya it should be clear to us say nipa no wa place premium on ono na adwuma na oye no over sorry de nti ebia no be ready and willing say obeye ye nje mfama sa nipa na me de nti me ba sorry ha mama me position na menje ye no minim me ho you know nipa bia o temperament me obi a o tu me melancholy ye sanguine me side a me ye melancholy me pe bibia perfect even though wunya bibia perfect but me obi a me ya there it's either say me ye and amenye kra ti mo de position e ma me na o ma me no be ye adwuma na obi ya ne ho like this kala me nya sa abotrani entity ni say nipa no in that circle and nti na menje no and ye wa sorry no so de obi be ka say na nyame fie na you are being hard on a person meanwhile ono say nipa na say nya ono ane personal company no afọ obi a or expect maximum output from the employee no but nyame fie no no pese nyankopon fa ne say ono de ye entertain ni like this attitude from that person menim me hu ni nti no me nkonkwaji say adwuma ne nto me ho so no be criticize me amebu akofu no I know my weaknesses menim memre yo menim sinto enti nipa bia na senka ba criticize obi a do a self introspection who say I don't know what criticizing nipa no ho no one kasa wundi hu for ana but it takes a person with that spirit of sincerity and I will be honest and I will be a very very objective minded person who will say oh na sa asma me kafa bombard hu mia menim say sanamte mia menim say dia mintimi stand na kranze me hu oba akoko enti wo bombard akofo oba akoko na wo kan wa wonim say won so sa na ote me menim me weakness enti ade e me weakness na me nko because I have come to realize say bonsam mfa ade a won pentem till da ade a bonsam de betemte bia wonim say no na wo pe bonsam ni mu needs into opeso so hwa wode ade a wo pe no na ebe so ahwe ha anti see I criticize afofra enka yenye self introspection Michael Jackson bonyum be man in the mirror say obe criticize obi agina hwehwe nim na hwe wo ho the image you see in that mirror no they be say image ne say asem na wo ka fa obi ho no wan kasa no are you not the same and I would wundi ho for ana so wudi ho for there and no teacher breaks ne mom say wundi ho for there and all that energy na obetimi dia aka because wunim say wo kakra na say obi so try say obe bring you in the picture wo won't say ha but So within home for there, you don't have that moral justification. They say, or they criticize you, be what the corner also see this year.
Yo, Monarch. Thank you very much for that. Obube akesi mienu ene. Mani je ho pa o se ubo wa enkote kromfo. Obe sa ma kromfo na ate yenka no adwane. Ana wo se atentenhuro eta auto na wo so
if you out to you free treasure
you free treasure because we free treasure na atentenhuro no be hye. Nyesa. The bottom line is just be critical of your own, be critical of yourself.
Exactly.
Ebuawo ama wa ankasa na utimi advance your growth. Monarch, a big thank you for that. A big thank you. Yanko Bombardier, eswe. Ono umse wa huni so ono na continue wa mute no hodada. Dia Bombardier kwa na Bombardier e kasa wi be ma bene wa na ofa kwame. I come to you. But Bombardier, 1 second, no. Mr. Ofachum man and Sasso. I don't know what he wanted to say. And the Ofachum. Mr. Oma on Sasso. Ofachum. Okay, all right. Say, Mr. Oma on Sasso earlier on, me boy.
Oh, that was a mistake.
Oh, a mistake. Oh, okay, all right then. Nice one. I'll come back to you later. Bye. Any. Okay. Yanko Bombardier so once again na Bombardier emo enkomonde Bombardier bama so
papa adwinke se oteminga
yeto nkapa ya ma ne so kakra ma ya se bibia boko ho
yo me da se
sweet ene eja wo de onim ball aye bo entine yanko na so boy enkomo
me snappy no na matibia na oka critical papa no na science me aye tafen peer mechanism. So the local UGs will use that. We are teasers, we are not a common colleagues, and I say so. Versus long so assume no one with the red pen, busy and Omo and yes, be a or 1% over graduate in name no Aviana. Why plagiarism and as a one side will be a very important. So who can cut in once a man, and you know, didn't can cut in once and getting can cut in once. I had the idea Adam and Eve for and cut you. Nti a good so to the be out to me a cross reference in this anomano. Na won say the kind enra a year a viasin the Oscar Elon Musk you own South Africa as this is so be American ni be more the Tesla electric cars and no mapi any a year satellite cry internet na ye ko hu cry no say Starlink no say we are seeing and one ekwa wetimi de satellite akọ ma etwa we are seeing who share baby with manya internet madam for Ghana ni soja ni o Sudan na ni age o me yeto Starlink no wa hama no na mikra na na mitatwa man say we are seeing ko nanim enti wo say enra one eye wofa ye Trump yan kasa me wofa Trump Melchizedek so ninya peni no enra omo de social media no ebo nkomo na papa nkomo no mo de no na akwai say this we are to be say interview of the century the interview of the century say o ye interview no on say bibia telegram ko ye kon ye maximum numbers obi be waso e bia ye 10 no edu be bia obi ntime join biam sa and tie this WhatsApp round say to the bia say ayema na ye mo interview no and not Trump interview no set a record say for live interview no over 1 million people have the space kwa na abosho and continue maso na papa na mnika say enkofo a adika as I view interview no pro 1 billion obi no interview was so in the era of social media enkofo akosho 1 billion enyum to phone that obi hu say bia ko 2 billion na bia Tupac mono one enkofo pa say interview pa say why you interview no enkofo ko view 1 billion you see that and this shows the power of social media they be make just social media no ebe my and so and also enkofo ye criticism no meboa e be ye constructive e be so ye destructive big na ye peer to peer mechanism no into views no and your friend views no obi say be a monarch de na nyum koto a meet me criticize and say obi a mona constructive is why ya dia pa na bia ye ni hakakra na bia wo ye ne kakra ha na said the akwasi yesu bae no ebia na ye no say politicians ebia because oh ebia nka ebia on komo no nya no more ye wo fa chamati more say ebia o ka ba o mi asem no criticism but constructive o ka say ebia obi so ka say oh ebia destructive and I say criticism ebia o mpese ye bebo wa na ma ye hu ba o mi a if say monarch amaya ti ase say the intia o ka ba mi asem so na ye ruling government no na obi a wo opposition there ono there no enyo no the computer no on there obese the ososo na obetu no abedi ama eye alanchamate abedi ade enti bibia e wo wiase hu say meka je say you scalar and vector scalar in any direction no just magnitude uka 200 da unka re name uka jem say 200 ebia 200 kilometers north nemu se baby am compass nchine no enti na yego north west south west no enti vector de e magnitude sa direction scalar de ni fe enti papa eto de bia nye de wanka so wo mu kwa na de eto de bia o se wanka so de no so hwemu oh na wa ye de bia mka cho say enye de wo position no e no se ka o ka ba ho asem na wona ye aban no kofo no because mu nyina na moko shape no Titanic mu so one can na say we the Captain Smarter the Captain Smarter no the Bobo iceberg mu nyina na mbewu na de wi do gina ha bo no ka cho say masa mu ko yi iceberg ho wo so mintie wo kwa your position mintie wo ka cho say iceberg wo ho na wa wo mu no mu nyina madwene ba ko obie nu a o different mindset and ye kosa ye emphasize ye emphasize at the end of the day no end is equal position no wa wo ma wo so de na obeti no enya na wo position na say wo say comedy wo pesa sa bebium e bi diga na skai sans na mpp so wo so ya kan on the on tie o kan wo so ene wo your position at the end of the day no na ye de sika ne ba ye be hu de betwa de tie so na mu nyina makwa dom susu omususu so yeko in the papa very important papa man samba America Trump we media be we are say America be friend oko and nanu we are national association black journalists and on kotrase enyo no kwa invite no we invite Kamala no we democrat for is omombra nya to ma no Trump ko yo oko baby a sebi before na mo ye yong no ebi wato de bia omo more democrat ena ye toto na no so ye kwato na no democrat na ono wo so ban wa ma wamba ene ye super Trump ya ye enra interview ye ya democrat finance hai ene Trump akogina Twitter so omo over 2 billion enti ase de o man check ni yi but Kamala onu kwani the only presidential candidate in the history of America yen to Obama ne se on meye presidential yi Ghana cry see ya dan ko super democracy ye kwan ye ko primaries NDs for primaries MP for primaries Kamala emra Joe Biden mu yekuti anano Joe Biden kwanye 20 million ko for to Obama se be ka kire wo ama se democrat form say republican for the democracy no man ka say democratic Trump Biden feel say ko primaries no ko say gina ni se Kamala be we o say baby enye nsa na mo super delegates no o mo ampedifo na ade akoma Kamala say onu no ko gina ma ho eto onu ko ni pa papa 3 weeks ya Kamala be ye onko tena baby ama sebi ko crime busa na say Kamala wo kra within the say interview ono anye interview no democrat for no enk ese ene de ye say ye interview na mo Trump ko baby na say yesuma na ko ya no a ye say Trump wa ye bone so hu de ko so enti ewiase na ewom no so wa wo de muso de wo abusuamu na abusuapani tuntun abusuane japade a eda ye be se hene no ye nya obi a men se hene enti na se ene ahini bebre wa abontin fo na be di ade na ke de na edwa na akonya wo ho na wo se asachiri ne be die anase ekona ne be die what be that but insan se edwa na fo na to asase nyina no yetimi ye ni sika bi ade bobo ahini no banti usikani bi on free clan mo ba be di ade eden na Alex Clinton no so mo ko de share ma de odonkwa be di ade na en ko abuso na obi en ko bi asem na eye na abuso no share na ye hye obi akata na no ebe hye so no bu nyina bayira so that's it enti na eye de ho no na me say me wo fa eye Professor Emeritus eye Jachum so no ka about na we bi nso e ko so Ghana papa so eye interstate law na o kan wasem na abuso asem PNDC law 11 no ɔn sɛ yɛanyɛ saa peer to peer mechanism na yɛka yɛ no to mu no ɛno na ɛkɔba sɛ ne yɛfrɛ biribi customary law of inheritance na yɛyɛɛ no na yɛde hyɛ abusua asɛm sɛ bi a ɛyi ahenni bɛtɔ anaasɛ ɛyi agyapadeɛ bɛtɔ no yɛyi no nti na no yɛyɛ ka constitution no ho so ba ɔmo abusu no abusafo no abusu no ɛno na ɛkɔpa nitan sɛ obi ne ne yere abɔ abra na bia papa ne wu a na abusafo abɛgye agyapadeɛ no nti 1985 39 years ago ɛna PNDC Rollins mo time no ɔmo yɛ saa mmara no sɛ saa kwasasɛm deɛ ɛyɛ ɔmfa mpɔm ne so because yɛ civilized people sɛ papa ne ne yere tena ase hwɛ sɛdeɛ ɔbɛyi yɛwɔ bere na bɛsi saa mmara yi ɛnɔma a wɔsie ntade a watoɔ efuom a makɔ yɛ ebi kwan ɔyere ne okunu nsɛnsɛm ntɔkɔtikɔtim si na sɛ papa yi wa o sɛ daabi o sɛ bi kwasapɛ ne ebusani na wode wo mpɛ bra bi a bɔ wotwan ma ɔwɔ fase ewu anaasɛ wonya bɛ mɛmi ebu na ɔbɛgye n'akyapadeɛ na ɔbaa na ɔda ne nkyɛn ne deɛ ɛno deɛ ɔnsɛ no de mogya ne mu nti yɛyɛ interstate law no a yɛta fɛ PNDC law 11 deɛ nti yɛyɛ nyinaa sɛ it's going to overcome customary law of inheritance no it's going to supersede that nti yɛ nipa 5 ɛna yɛdi gyina ɛma wɔn deɛ odi kan ɛyɛ surviving wife sɛ mimi bɔmba deɛ mi wu a me wife ɔyɛ legal tini yɛ side check nka ho forward check nka ho back check nka ho slave queen nka ho slave king nka ho me yere a yɛ legally wife no obenya 50% of meja padeɛ nyinaa sɛ more than 1000 a ne deɛ 1500 yɛbɛdi ka asset ya ima ansa na egudie me mpaboa me shoe me drawers nyinaa so no ne nyinaa yɛ ne deɛ ɛno obi anka ho akora nka ho bibi bia me perfect atade opa ɔmfa nkoto ɔngɔhyɛ no ɛyɛ de deɛ ne mom sɛ 50% bibia ke sika bia yɛ ne deɛ dan kwa na ebi 50% no so fu a ɛyɛ ɛyɛ surviving parent surviving child so which benya
well Bombardier okay all right yenya abotra kakra ma Bombardier oba sisi a why oba sisi a na yato aso
yes abeche mu 75% e de ama enkra no ye wi a eye me maame ana papa ote ase nso no ono nso so no on benye mu 12% ne ye kosaa ne ye wi a de beka no ansa na yakohwe ebusua me yire nya ne de wie se me yini so na bewu a me menya me de wie ye manya ye de wie me maame ne papa ote ase me yire papa ne maame te ase munya me wie ansa na mpoproye na aka no ye kohwe ebusua ene de ne friend customary law extended family no ho no ne de ma ebusua no ne o man koche se ebusua pani o ho na wo paase ne na office ne ba no enti sabab wo behwe a last one year administrator of general of Ghana no se mimiwu na me ne yire na ebusua fo nyina hye me ni ba ye de magyapade nyina ba koma aban na zum se Ghana insen se yo India hardly se sa last one e bebom da de ye a obenya busani a ho no ndi papa so behwe a be the last 20 years who's time who sa de say bia papa ne yire akobo bra na ebusua adentie enne no maka se Ghana mra na wo no eye tia papa enne se nkofo so criticize enne radio no won se de mudi asem no o call yire panti na mo ne mama efem enne se of akwesuru se ne wo paso akobo bra wo se me ba baje enne de enne mesi enne sa de no wo kwan na eso ate bebre mi TV pese ne obi yi 90s ne ende 90s enne mremu pa se modern Ghana yi se papa na yira bo na wo se wo baje enne bi kwesi enka ne na ase na social media ni sa no mani no nti ne nkofo aso aje enne de nkofo time pa enti enne so obi e de nkwe etu ye wo fa so mo bra na so wo hwe ma wo fa se esibesi le na wa bolos wa bolos scooter kwa ebebo enti mo maye wa wo bibia mu esanso na tie o village mu wo asafo mu wo ye se wo ye kremoni se wo ye kristo ni na bia asafo wom ana kremusuma wom ado akomox ne no mebi koso won se kremo wo ye mfa mpobonko masalachi wo na won se obi de masalachi wo so won kan at the end of the day we trust raha the because some bomusu sans on we Christo ni na so asori ekomu na asori no jeji sika musu so ekomo demo na on so the 2000 na so on kasa at the end of the day no one obedani Jim Jones be ko Guyana akoma cool it or design na do obewu papa enti topic o dey be very 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 important ibie mu no na me yenye nyatwum ba bia wo kora no me dey na me policy me baby me won na me pese meka because on the media because me say man kan e be affect me nyina ene say one example a papa di ne ba call medical school obi anka oba ne kwampa ne the summary kwan wo catch papa makohu de ayi won so onu say na ne nya be man so ko medical school anka tama ne nya be o ye do be hu se ne nya be ma untimi nye surgeon no wan bo obi amane wan report na ma obi a happy de wakowie na wakoko be wi apna ko papa mane e wrong wuko mu na hu se e ho medical association no also report ma medical board say when enye se nya be ma no we nipa dwuma no untimi nye surgeon because we wrong one medical report nya wi apoko ku nipa wi na ko ka che papa ne enti monaka say e bia say ubowa intimi chiko no double meaning you feel be whistleblowers America for say when you see something say something enti enye say one of bebo ne say debi but one na intimi chiko no say anya ne sa utufia na konfo na bia waka say mu na say mebowa e bia intimi chiko na konfo no so wi ade but won konfo wa ko wi ade wo can scroll from that because unipa bakas okonfu and then said waterproof can as came na abochi ya santa pabwa come see me ne sa da ne die
o mare fesi why fesi
ya no ye the 6 inch ne bobo
thank you very much Prince the Bombardier and so edie no I say oh baby na inya pai wo kronfo ana che say that is your end I don't know that is also another thing perhaps we should talk about another time me kai me yonku bi Augustine na Augustine say unim obia ya pai no kronfo sa ono no akọ university student a akọje ye sika for the fees na baby a okupie ye oto ade wo shop ni wie ye a chese o dan ho a ye pai kronfo ya under what circumstances whatever the case may be ye pai kronfo ye de ani si no so ono ne kronfo no ano no that was the final moment a branch any di wo asasi so enti na nyo no na ye kronfo no but ya pai kronfo ntino yak woni hu ya pai kronfo na hwe so and one nobody takes the time to even ask say we now most work kronfo then where we are nobody even takes the time to ask those questions and that was the end of this gentleman enti say ya pai will be kronfo no so na hona ye seek instant justice no is also another thing that we need to look into. Well, some people may look at it from another perspective say woma ye ko hande womo akronfo to them no perhaps be womo so womo critical of themselves and if they are not critical of themselves we will take the criticality into our hands and address it on our own. Some people may look at it from that perspective. We can look at issues from diverse angles. That is why and then ye can say the energy with which you use to become critical on others no, if you were to use just even a little mpokra na ideally I was saying carry better three of the energy out the microphone no show there but the fa kakra ka ho na fa ye there no you will see say everyone will be brightening the corner where they are. Yo yanko anyway na em say be ma bene wa na mabi no be ma bene wa wi a wa kwa me I come to you na abet na nasika and so o wa he champon ho o wa he me ba so me ba ati enti e ma bene wa say wo te men kan wa ready dia bama so
I get your papa
na mpom ti ze me nua
ya me na wa da roma
good
ya pa ye so
good you any wa ba dia me sure say wa be tell ho no wa tin komo no bia fine me ba
Yeah. Kakra bi. Mate am for comment ara. Asɛmba na ɔde tu dwa no deɛ. Am sɛ no ana yɛ kasa a kasa fa ho.
ɛno ano critical of your own.
Ɛdɛ mekyia abusuafoɔ na mekyia me nua ayi yɛfrɛ ne sɛn. Me nua na wabɔ nnwom no koraa de sɛn. Ɔwɔ Paris.
Monarch.
Mekyia no pa. Yɛdua baako bi so wɔ so wabɔ nnwom Kwame Lucky. Anase Lucky.
Kwame Lucky.
Ɔno so de nyɛ ma to so nti ya mo comment kakra ya. Wende ye nkrofo no mo ba ma so na I think say ye nya nyansafo bebre na ahia so ho. Nti da bia no at least omo fa kwan bi so etu yafo binum oji ani e na binum so kan nsem akese nti I think say you were the right place, Papa. And I need also what Roma and as I name an occurrence. Yami Oshra now Oshra almost. Because uti enyom toye me adwuma a ese ne ye me di wo wiase pa ye tela. Say ye pama de. Ene enyom to. Ya dia ye di ma me akasa. Eti me hu se obi abomodin atwitwa wugina ho ne ya sususuwa ne apempama ye de be se o na fa na ohwe nsema ye nyina ye kanida bia ohwe na obi nko ade abonyo na yeyi endi eye niama mienu a in fact omo ye nyina me papa no etela ni nti no mi teacher ma no ti omo bodom no ya na manage omo ho ti nya me hira omo na omo ahode no mo fanya mo
ami yo ene be ma bene wa boy nkomo de ni ezi
Papa was a kasa de ede kasa ya de a enipa mum a want to mean kasa I think say so person even young come kra omo rodo no o ka asem na se o try say o be correct no kra on ti ase kra so no wa kana de if say kasa na ede kasa ya de a be a person yi de wonable voice it out no chire ni mema ye na language ene chire suban a wo ene chire ba bia ofiri ene chire wo culture e chire everything ti ense ma ye kan nyina no obi a pese o kasa na wo kasa wi a na oma amanso nyina hunu se ampa we woni nyansa ananse sabi yetete no ofiri abusua pam na ba bia ofiri nso e bia wa ma ne ho kwan ma ya ntete no papa yeti America we nyina ne se ye ba amate se ebinum ebo NDC for achi ene MPP for say Roma for the Biafra mo no manko na adenti no manko a ye se bra champion na akoka asembi papa ene ma ye de criticize enu bia na ye de bo nipa so abaso enti energy a ye de bo omo abaso no edru say ye criticize omo we have to use the same energy to criticize them na yesi baby a ye de to no ana baby e dan wan fa nto ho a ifrito enti so be free meeting ama nipa ba na depending meeting kura wo free na depend wo nipa ban so a wo ye how credible you are so we no kure kafo a da bia wo free nipa so mra ofie na obi di wasama ba kire no a sa nipa no e ya won twetwe ne na so nim se papa we die me koyi obeka no kure papa denti America se nyina ne se de meetie mu asem no a me menti news no se Roma father Biafra mo de ba kwatufo radio he ya na mete no enti se Roma father no frɛ Rome ayi NDC ni MPP se wo mmra na Brian Sempon Brian na aka asem bi asabe betim de ntokwa ba why NDC but not Brian no na ye frɛ ne kana nim asem no kan ye de ntokwa beba enti on twensan se omunim sa asema Brian kan ne nyede omu friend NDC ayede se NDC mra no mo nyede ye nkola no mo ta ka se ye bo hockey na wa ye de ayi aba no bebo no ya ye far wo so no so ye san sesan ana ye show mumienu no red card binim se ye do credit the ode ball ne wa ye de abo because ye fi se ye ja wo mu a wani abre do so obebo buga and I don't think you know me entire race you know it.
Oh, okay. Na me to see ya. Me ma bene wa ho. On say e to da on. Say wo so wape football yi. E to da obi timi twa obi. Na
That's right.
Ye twa no na o sorry ya na no ko nipa na o twa no so. Say referee timi dimirika e ko honom. Say wanuru ho ntem na se bi a oye ototwade bi a ubehu ana bi a ono de otwa no yama no bi a red na de otwa no yama no red na de obi a yetwa no so ne bi a yama no yellow on the identity no.
That's right. Yes.
The response to the obi be ono and also it goes a very long way to indicate what we should do to you as well. It's on the identity.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And me answer means kutie and I mean it's a response or reaction from the other side as well. On the identity perhaps when you realize you say and you know baako the response to adia oni kro ne kan no utimi say
no
anko yi a na je say it's ideal say obefre omienu nyina no why dey be na no ono makasa intino enye se bia one way say okay what twa me intino what twa me no onko an na wo say ye ma ka bia utwa me twa wo no said ya we see a react to twa me twa wo no so because ourselves ma red card ni bi so how does that call kasem okay all right then. Now carry on there. Why
Papa
who dey near you
na me no nso
yo then to aswe why
the woman say referee wo dina match mo no na match saa de no happen no the referee wo ball na odi ni yie say like you twa obi a wa hwesere you twa wa hwesere ba uni pa ba ko you twa 1 2 3 na referee no envia eno na di saa bufu hye no ba ma se metwa ne bi ye be yimi a ye nyimi saa ne te so enti say the football na ye de a referee a wo ye nkonkonsa ni match mu na saa ne man ta happen referee a wo ye general referee bia no o hwe match no ogina mu enti o hwe se obobuga na wa show a skipper of the match no player to say Messi Cristiano mu no omo watch omo say anya sa manfo bi twitwa omo rough enti so otwa na wa hwesere enti anya sa enti eba obehwe se match aye boy Messi any Cristiano ye nkrofo bi ya infact ye twa omo abro pa but omo react to omo abro no kese bebre sa odo binu mu ye that ye friend say personalities no there especially Messi ni Ronaldo kese ye de ni example da bia man who's obo ball criticize referee that because ye twa no a ente bia ye be hwesere ama no enti no the woman say NDC for tonum from last 2020 based in the 4 years ni almost 4 years say ye kum nipa 8 ewa batwo ewo Techiman South and as Techiman North so my father no wo Ghana okasa ya na wa nkasa ebia okade ne fa ho ofre MPP for because that time aban no wo so no police for na tutu no kun nipa enye ordinary people police for ayawa so wago to kwesi ya bu MPP NDC ministers binu bobi asuma eba TV so my father no ye nya mo ne father na once
again I'll come in here, right? I have stated this issue on several occasions. You see, nyansa wunim ni neno.
That's right.
Did you get to know all those wisdom just overnight and just in one go ana?
Free say ya wo ye Papa. Free say ya wo ye.
Ya no unyansa bia wunim ni nyina
Papa eno na me no.
Oh okay, me too.
In fact, a free last 4 years by no. Nyansa me wo se minya nyansa fufuro bia eye knowledge and I say ade bi hunim die na manya. But wisdom I want me team no there from be the me drew said me hunu say da sorry anopa wa na so do obi nya no there my job part ni nyina no me nyansa na check enti deɛ menya ɛnɛ
nyansa wo wiase nyina wonim nyasa
dabi deɛ minim ne nyina ba deɛ minim deɛ memewɔ was that you won nyansa wo wiase nyina deɛ mɛda nya emom ɛno so papa me di 70 years kura me nyansa no.
Thank you. And now that then comes my question, right? Now brother Dr. Ishmael Tete, he has a beautiful definition for wisdom, right? Or say
right.
Wisdom is the righteous application of knowledge.
That's right.
When, how, and how it is needed, and then wisdom, no. And you may have the knowledge, right? But its righteous application, missing not just a wisdom anyhow. And see the entire me de Saturday way by when say sometimes no said the can say father yeah na said no believe you me ebia emrebia asembisi you were expecting them to come no may I say it point blank they didn't have that wisdom, and even if they had it and they did not use it said yeah James chapter 4 verse 17 can also do nim papa no anya na bone man this is we nim at the chrono right unim enti ebi as that time no he didn't have that
papa me ti o si di onim bon papa na wanye no ye bone man enti wo si na say onim at the cross and say onim dia
I say to eno no ye extreme case just say make say extreme case o de o sa nipa no kra de wa bonsen de wonim kra no say wonim say ade we yane right, but you still wo don sabe kwa akote na wadi a wo de no ahomete sen de onim say yane na wode ne sa akote adi. That is my point. Intina I say ono no de ne ignorance level no ye at the highest level.
Na papa bon so say me ya okay well the o gina so a kan ye valid ye kama pa nenso ye wo judges a omudi asema omoye bias wo judges ya omo court no munim say we yesuan wo university ya practice for so many years before be judge no na wa ye lawyer more years e wo Ghana mrem entinu anase Ghana rules wa kwan mo fa so eyi omo judges me hu so obi free tia na ya fa na judge ti wa practice law onim de ekonyina now say odi asem that's asem no the last 4 years sa judge no di the same case and our case be by last 2 years be by last year kura be by ama wa anya ho hwe this year e be to asimasinsa so apan odi na akotum papa enti o ka sa judge no za 4 years ni nyina atwam no wagimi ene na wahunu nyansa anaza oye bias judge
ana ada ojimi a oburu jimi so ana
obi amuru jimi so obi anye nipa oburu jimi mom obi ontimi nya bias mani nye e ho na me what's the two things ne yakai o pe so jire nipa na wajimi na mezu so onyimi ye ne mom oye wicked ana oye bias e ho na masem no enti se wunya obi a oye bias in front of your case ya sometimes you take the law in your own hands and no matter any man happen obi wo ha emra wo what say dey na kwasi kan sim bi o say ne papa japade say ende sabi ne papa ni ho na say abusuafo bi ba so mba abeje sa de no on de obetwituo e dire say na emra ni ho ana e bia na emra ni nya adwuma enti wo de kokko to kura mpo no a they will not handle it well. Into ono person will handle mrano no ani some for me meaning say mra ya adwuma to the kokko to will be dem but e bia na mra ni nya adwuma faster said you open no and ankofo bi wo ho so a ombetime akotwetu asika kura ma wo akoso adifo enti no ono afa ni tuo e wa di na asema ama na ho now ya we can say papa the money patro obi akoti a obi tu ne bi back ne say emra adwuma nti omo no say go to court sa aye funny saying Roman father no and say reverend father no owo ho sabre no a ene na wahu nyansa na de e de on twen ma ndi for so nye omo de nwi na so omo nyina ye biwi a na kire say ya hwe say afi na wahu ni nyansa because me nti bi da say for last 4 years na yakum nipa na saa bere na onim sɛ yakum nipa a yɛbɔne sɛ yɛkasa fa ho papa azama okay I say who defend nipa bi for me saa na me hu no because the last 4 years from my father ene owo tumi so ofre nipa o ma yɛbɔne last 4 years and I be say 3 years ayawa so case na happen here you bo nipa tuo bebiri no so from my father no Ghana wa enti no watena hwa ene na no adanso Brian Achempo we posa ka asɛm we a wakan bia hweansi ya anka hwe ankyerɛ no ene a wasan akɔka we no na ya invite NDC ni MPP ene Ghana economy kura asɛ no you say NDC ni MPP na asɛ no womra na NDC tie konwa so yes won na asɛ economy nti yɛmfa de onimi nyansa amara na ɔmɛkora ɔbaaya wasɛ no kyɛn dada no yes NDC ni MPP ena ya brom obi ko kan asɛm tia nipa sɛ ana ade a efrefre wo de ntokwa ba nipa waka na asɛm no yes say platform ya ye wo so papa me enfa ne se kwabra oba ye wa be kasa tia matidi matem wan ka hwe nesa yi o kai wadidi matem wan ka hwe third time akwabra e ka se wa we bema no kasa mesa didi watem bio na papa wo invite me ne kwabra se mumie no mumra ma me kasa nkyere mo nya sa mo de ntokwa be ba platform no so ade na baba e ba sa anti mi no mi hu se sabi wo pese obu manimtia na enti no said the ade no musi hu no amo kana na nyesa na tie odo say betima ba se mo choices obia wo ne reference ya o ade o pe senka in fact NDC for na kasa asemo ya omo wodin wo Ghana ye from atutu asem for omo ne kunni omo abreso na nkanipa 80 wu ye no a omo ne ya atutu asem for pasane ma nyina no yenti important personality beat says so for your okase nan ko ababontin and there are some certain cases you don't need to invite them oh yes so far o invite your mo ikura yate e think o gina mfremo mpo ka se Brian Achempo na asem na o ka no on twin sign no ye pani na se e ba se Ghana e shared ono ne wo hotel Ghana na ye bi ka hye no
okay
danka na adwene mra fie
all right
so your pani now tna vie na o ka se oh last 4 years na me my father say I said me sofu say ne say me sofu ebia na me 4 years bia me ebia na 4 years that time papa le mom say na o ye mature person a wanyini nyamfie du wotwe na o system no ma in fact saze mo o ka de ame no nya adwene papa no ni me nyansa ne mom o mi no any NDC for bi o mo stand de ntia o mo anko ne say including the o kan na asem kura anko o se de o tini ba bi no anko papa and your man be why yes remo
all right
why
okay utie you see yen sama ye kan nyina no we are making assumptions here and there now assumptions na ye making be and say opinion be our kasa ye also nkrofo bu ho no mo a they haven't gotten themselves so much involved in the political issues happening in our country, right?
Yeah.
Na a bit marco drew pempensu bia, that is the moment bia will be decided say, okay, this is the time Mahuni say it is getting out of hand. And I will need to step in. Our hosa, right?
Yeah, yes.
However, said American we based on assumptions. But more or less, no, on say we have a preconceived idea. Say, okay, asem eba nura wa ankabi intistene eba now be kabia. Ada say we nyatwum and I say we have that preconceived idea. I said yeah,
and that is it.
Oh, so him say no ho meboa.
Me say sa na tie so.
Eti no.
Me say ya was that you know na it is as rampa.
Sanity. Eti me nsema me kan no, right? You don't know the entire story, right? You don't know as to why this is the time the man is whoever he is. Now is the time after the or bibi. But I'm trying to let you know, say, nyansa yenim ni neno. And we didn't get to know all that nyansa no overnight, right? And likewise, and same wo hono mo aba some time ago wo wan ka bi, but similar one beba sisi a wo ba be ka bi. Enti on obi nso na eba na obeka kire say wo asem ne bi a 5 years eba ye wa nka bi na na obeka bi aye dey. It's a similar situation. Someone that didn't sit here.
No, Papa, me kawa no, Papa. I didn't say. There was MBA, me can was street, your chum. And it means that I fled Quabranes or Metronymony, Mamma Jajo, and I mean, case your muntamu. What brought that case in say? At the end of the day, sir, how no buy, and I say, one can dance. Just go back to the history. Not Fred Obi a Sabi. What could be paying or what to be paying? Now, young country or not country, and they know Yamiadum from last 4 years, last 8 years there. And some way see Ghana political friend is saying terrain and I friend is saying Arena no sunya and that's Gua and the oh baby Obinya. And in fact, and I'm deacon cards at I'm not meaning baby I know what here. The mom said now when politics, and then no one our friend is Ombra, and then one of what is as him in us, and then what is as no swap papa. Bibi and Papa and Yitrado. And you say, we all be what is a MPP ni na kasa or your minister of state, cabinet minister, or mokita power. Power no so ye kwadio, ye pe power naji, ye sign NDC for yes, we hear power no. Near the idea or mudi ye be. Ne mum ye nyan in a bad way, ne mum ye the babu man ye, yan far come metro man so sana ye. Now, ono no trese, on for power no more biano no before coin be aswa. Power no on hand you over both sides of no kind no ye wadi bia and father say I say what could be a kata na wakata so no e beti ma ye say a good way no the kind say or mobile force was or be amount for beto amon but say woman him say the kind anything pokwa ba kachira is on chirem ye. In fact, you don't need to invite those political parties. Say Omuina because the entire Brian Champonia Quine Casa so what it can be paid. So moon can do power net and handle power tina my NGC. She so for be any whole boa. A face no. Or more the kind at the military crack or parliament that Brian Champo we are. So for be a more. Year to about 2020, ye kum nipa 8. NGC for na ka say Christian a friend is saying ya kana sen kra po no mo society no mo mabo wa mo nkasai mo nka hwe mfa ho ye nti say in fact omama important statement bia was had no afei Brian Achempo esan be kan bia da bia no hwe hu say ye bobole papa what the ball ye example me na me di kan twa e bia na won so along the way no say dan twa me hwa de ba won na mu ana so wa yi me ba ko na ye ko sa nti no ube wonu so ube wie no so na se na okase afei na wo ba be check say why na de sa atwatwa no kra ba de na odi na chi na wo pe no na nipa omugu park isu bebre kura no ntwa obi ana ba akofo ya na otwa no wo reference say where is amen no na nti na ogina park no so say wonye referee na mom say wo na ye referee na wo ye ready to settle this case there. There must be a way out to say at least as I may respect NDC for kakra. Na me ka papa nanim na me ka nanim wia. Na ma ka kire NDC for also say. In fact, the oka ene nye de. Na so mo ne kwan se bia obi de abufuo ana so obi kumkuma mo so mfum nwa. But overall mo nyina the same time like Brian Champon ye so superior say so ka nanim a e be ha adwenti no. Wo de NDC ka ho ansa na Brian Champon ne boato ne yam no so kra mo fra no wa ma na obi a waka na asem wa ma me NDC ni dia me ye den kotra a me ko peden wo etinu say 4 years ago panyina wanyini ye sofo na unim nyansa bia this year kra ohu sa nyansa no so go back to history na ko check de na e wo hodada na odwene se na ye den kra na last wo ye na minim nyansa we na this time na mahu na opɛ kwan a obafa so na opɛ mpanimfo so a ombeti mabo na ma certificate no and yes, obetumi abu obi anim tiasa and this near the political party omunyina was strategy or modi yo omuniema omu followers sometimes followers no binum if we say NDC for na ye too calm ama MPP no omo ne ade omoti ni nyina and this what is anema we no omo de nipa no omu di omu achi no power na vote no na ebeje power there. In fact you need to sit down and work very hard to understand the situation. Say, then na baakufo timi kasanse mi de biasa. Nemum ma NDC for bu new and sana won what him from. Papa. sanity and yet be a no name answer last 4 years. For me, me who from different angles say and answer the no name.
Name said they okay there. Oh, be a benefit of the doubt too. Yes, sir.
Me ma be benefit of the doubt, Papa, but it happened 1, 2, 3 there yeah for now because
it's
also can the same thing repeating the beer.
Sir, also for the what benefit of doubt are you giving him?
Papa, say because remember the benefit of the doubt, and I assumption there womb say, maybe a or cannibal bin a mante. Nemum. So cannibal bin a mantis why then at this time the avoid aye your friend is saying so loud amayati because say what Ghana hona yet no social media papa say your names one radio a 24 radio I nam my assembly any who are saying casofu be can say MPP for your kuni power train na sani power train a bo mutu no omo ye Ghana this year enti mumra mechirim na akufo ade se so timi ye ho press conference asofo ba ko mienu miensa na ya tini ye wo Ghana na still la opani no amade ya hunu se mo no mu ho afri but papa Christian Council be sin ye nti se na Roman father nko a onene ho sa Ghana no mo ye under Christian Council enti so so o fro mo aminim se ye Christian Council na e fro mo enye Roman father ba ko pe anti no Christian Council ati ma tra Ghana ama ya ye national reconciliation wo Ghana ama omuani omuahuni nyina pen enti saa council na e wo ho no omo wo rules omo wo mara omo wo history omo wo niam omo asatu bebregu ho nti se BBC na opese wo ba mu po a na wo firi nchen ya you need to go back you need to consult them oye more consultant and sana what to me aba be ye de abegina say o fro mu me in fact for me said the make so bi bo masum na wanka hwe o tire obomasum nenne o sansi ametu ntasoro gume so na wo free me ni say mumra mama me say dia na hamo if I do person bu me anim tia eno de me feel kra because say me dealing with a person on my own way
okay
because me nimse wo no wonye ready wonye serious person mom o person o down play man ni pa hunu za at least o so ya so for na mom what can be ebi mpa o fa sa kwa no so
ya te ba me wa ya brado kwana mami musa wo mami musa wo se wo se ne senka obi bo wasum ne ohun na enka wonko a wo pa nka de na nka be
papa me de obi amom asum da na obo masum body
ti me nka se obi abo wasum da me se sisi e ohun senka obi bo wasum a ohun de na nka
I don't mark e papa
nka be de
me so obi bo masum a body de me
kabi o man si o se de o be de
me say obi bo me masum a me reply no instantly 1 minute go out also na me kra me kwata ba de che de asasa and the other me shall kra me chop rusi because no why are there to ma bo me amama obi
papa I'm really emre be different process and I'm ready emre no ko emre sim be another process and why I'm really wa ana motin nkano thank you very much o say o bonus mu a ohana instantly
1 minute to grant
1 minute
mom 1 minute to so and the old nyame ase na ya je the bonny acho forever.
Yo, thank you. Of a chum, what's up, young? What's up, come here, the end of the
me patrona, me person, mommy, quiet, may react to if you allow me.
Okay, okay, yeah, snap your number for Papa. So,
yeah, yeah, nano CCCA. As well, kind of, mean, said, O tie, was he a control for radio? I mean, I'm breaking not one tie. I don't know whether it's his sycophancy for his political party or what. What I said was that a Catholic Bishops' Conference, an organization of several Roman Catholic Church members. That's number one. Miss also can say, your friend is saying, maybe see a Ghana year to Ababia in Nipewu. Now, and this year, Kraba, between any Pabu. And to avoid that, you know. Yeah, preemptive some peace processes to avoid say enura dey see waka was in the past 7 or 8 ewu techiba yam pese 2020 abcb Then so I didn't what really is wrong with the Catholic bishop calling for a peace accord? What in political science when Kefrano rapprochement? And this time why did that young twice. Why? As far as I can say, the two political parties, now 2020, year to about, there were 12 presidential candidates. Me, I was an electoral commission observer. I went around different constituencies, checking and see the processes. Anna, the Oriya Osaka Sai, and the many people onim or man who choir, 2012, which is about 12 years ago. Sam Reno and Nana Ekufoka Assembly after a Tiwa by election, obey a statement said, all die be die. And you at that time, that was you started up the same conference, Yanka, Roman Catholic conference bishops near friend, and I've got a book on that because I was there. Your friend taking a stand against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. This conference took place on Tuesday, 27th of November, 2012, at the KNUST. I was there. I flew from Accra to Kumasi, and Otum Force and the team. At that time, not all the political party leaders, Akufo-Addo, Mahama, and Odike, Jacob Osei-Yeboah, and the GCPP. Me no nam yes, a friend said, campaign manager for the independent Jacob Osei-Yeboah, as you know. And see, Yako University or Yako Kumasi, Yenina, Yeni Otum Force and we had a closed door meeting. And I was there. Yene, the vice chancellor of the university, Professor Eli Elios. Anna Yenina Santihini, any JJ Rollins, I say. Yede two Nana Ekufu Dankwa, and you say, Sa statement or Koye a Tiwa by elections, all die be dying. And yet I can't rate Yawania Kotuaba. Now, party penny now Casasivia. And yet, your friend inflammatory statements. A bina, for example, so Kokaya, and Nunti, a software Roman Catholic bishops in conference. I can say, statement, for example, Canon and Sanime, and yet inflammatory. I can't 3-4 man here for Tuaba, and yet. Now, what kind of sound? The TBR reaction every free MP NDC in Swaba. No more party, you don't know. One won't give a due respect to the people of Ghana because Ghana does not belong to NDC, does not belong to MPP. You have to be responsible. Not moving some way do out of and yet MPP, they don't have 1/8 of space. NDC should be. It's only BB now will be percent what the absolute for the betterment of the 33 million people. And
all right.
How many people are? What we're talking about MPP? What we are saying?
You offer.
The last time, what we are saying? There 4-5 million. NDC 4-5 million. It's 35 million people. Yan trauma MPP near DC. And Kwame Kuntokwa. Now, said you were Kasai. I suffer the woman Yadi everywhere. We want peace, and we shall continue to talk to MPP and DC. And that's so to be called. See a band is 2 parties leading now. And Ghana man, I have people for there. I have DC for there.
You offer.
You have 2 about UK. Nipa Baku you have 2 about Spain. Obi on my and Yansa woman. You have 2 about America. I done Ghana and Kwa. You have 2 about Edipebu. I said, Timmy and Yetimi. Like I said, Timmy the free home. Niamfa at Tempa. Niam 33 million people. And nothing that Catholic Bishops Conference. One move say party akesiam you know. One a young penny for. That's what I'm doing Yansa and what dog. One dog Ghana. No one say Ghana no. Nipa dog party I say Ghana. Ghana why say Oni Papa Oni Mami. Now what is wrong with these 2 parties?
All right, over with the Mesro. I know say Yati over. Yati. Thank you very much. Over. Mr. Humeso. Why? Humeso now you so nkabi na minim say you have a lot to say. One thing I will say and say you see some of these issues, you know, when you are addressing them, we whatever the case may be, we need to address them with I would say utmost wisdom, and I say some huge degree of wisdom as well. Why when mpanyinfoɔ ka asɛm yi ɔmo sɛ wofa nwansena ho abufu a wankasa wobɛbrɛ wo kuro. We need to, you know, programming nasa reprogramming nibia I don't know. We need to always be looking at the greater good of whatever is being done. When we can't look at the greater good, our emotional attachments, our sentiments to certain issues, you know, we try to be a little bit historical. We bring in issues here and there. It's because we are feeling some degree of or some level of emotional attachment to a part or a section. Now, under no circumstance, under the wrongs of today should be justified by the wrongs of yesterday. Under no circumstance. Under no circumstance. Now, MPMP, you know, and philosophy. Philosophy nature say you have to also look at the messenger of the issue, and so you may have made some comments in the past as to certain issues, and then, you know, when you say something differently, no same way now can all right. You see, the fact that he said something in the past in a particular way, then they all kind of differently now. If you are looking at it from the greater good, first of all, admit the good. Say, oh, it's in good shape, right? And then, so after, you know, say we are all drawn attention. Say, oh, I'm very certain. Say, and maybe a tremono. So, and said now, say, no, what differently this time around. You see, we need to find a beautiful way of just doing some of these things. I also want to say, we na o na o udi achiro wumso waba be di anymore. So we need to be very, very tactful in dealing with some of these issues. Under no circumstance, once again, under the wrongs of today should be justified with the wrongs of yesterday. Inti enra obi ka bibi na nye ene oka bibi na nya. We need to address it. We need to take it on. Say the makano. Ene nyansa unim ni neno. Enye no anana unim ni nra. It's an ongoing incident. It's an ongoing process. Yamfana sa ebebo ayempa. Ofa kwabe. I'll let you come in. Yanko bamaso.
I do guess you.
No. And this in the MP before now, they be out come myself. No.
Oh. Hey. Offers money. When him say, say, Senyanku Poka Humpio. When him say, Bonsam this our formula no buy. Partisan democracy. She say, ya chichiro my back. Yes, ye, Shekwania, ye be yenny ye. Shedia Kudru. And just any ever kono. Because I mean, Ghana kono disturb me. I am Crawford as you. When you know what ya a depressive. We election that way. Yam pata. And kwasiasem already a kaye bo. Womanya. And the topic I buy no ne disturb me because and you may be a horn more dear. Of course, I will say critical because would mean say, and this yaba, MPP yaba. I just say, environment nedie, and you more concern. Mammy be a becaso, Madame Akufu said, Chief Justice who said, be a becasa now. Me tear the casano. I was surprised to say, still, you will nipper be Ghana, one more your concerned citizens. And Omopa. Say ya cry, Yamfama Alan. Because I know they at least were peaceful. What Nanti who say only one Ghana and a bit me as say we. Now NDC MPP no there. Omo baby, omo nam no. Bino better say omo ye power hunters. They are power hunters. And the many year no dear, and you more concern no. how they will win power. When we confide on my name, now me the entire me buy Botchaman or the as if me buy a community I interview know about as some way free yes you are no PA. Now me down to me the menti but according to Cremonino, what's the Bible say? Ye this ye ya braba ye be boni wiase no eno ne ye be hwe na ye de ajeje ye Yesu ne kan yo na me busa bombardie no ne wo mo a wo ma bin wo enyamso mu se wo mo modin a no mo nhwehwe quotation no no mo confirm say truly Yesu ne kan ye because a disturb me and a bit disturb nyamso mu ankasa because mini bombardie no ma ya disua no ne yi moral also no fucking and yes you abana moral also de ken and so we moral also free wa enye moral also mpo commandments no free wa e die biem na aka e betumi abode humanity e die biem na aka grace ya Jesus say grace no dey subjective because papa bia enka ono nso ka ye say no a ono nso nka o ne ho kwakire no na Yesu o ka asem bia twe Yesu Yesu wode ne bone che no owre be 5 minutes where's our EPA no say ono nso o she paradise will be because he said say you'll be with me in paradise. Minimum so who no drew paradise who said okoche a friend is saying baby you could see no 3 days no she who ana say who took paradise as an was aba minimum na ofachum what the enka menu me no the enka kama ya ye duayen o platform so say nsembie baye Lawrence Becky Kegu honum one magana one found kwadwindwini mu a yes the article bi beto hon where friend article 111 as see amma Ghana wari mu ayi hu no see ya disorder ho na yo Ghana no ye social system bia ho but account for now almost establish system be say matrilineal madam bi wo we social friend or Japan and your friend justice and I mean justice he didn't come on also me madam bi wo and or the sister mommy I'm say any justice so called what's her name was a Ethiopian. And I'm saying that Ethiopian for almost all my mama saying, what's the one more dear once mommy and papa involved in your existence in dear. Won't select it. Every side be out to me call. Baby, I'll pass all could be out to me and they will receive you. And I'm saying, oh my God, that very answer. Da be ni besu nyansa baby awu pe bia wutumi kwezi Yesu kasem bi na me te wonu na me boil sa kwezi ka kire me say wo ba no se wa mfa singa ya semo anye dwuma na wa nwi odwuma ho first na enema bowa wo ba no obesori agya ho no. Now, say this very person, no, one na wo ba be do adi o, one ne me be do adi. Na yo, can you know? It's not in social system we weakening, and I come for and one year say, so papa fail you must fall back to the busuya because papa nuanum hardly say omo be jai omo responsibility abehwe o, but once woman side 100 there wɔfafoɔ anaa nanafoɔ wɔ hɔ a wɔn bɛtumi support wa wo life ɛnyɛ miserable. Me a me wa here me mo kase me benefit from that system. I guess I mean come on school because me papa me hunu we kumasi na enam heritage inti one more stable no free we say just like that. And this was for fun so me more in Kebianka school me hu atro. And this system no so Lawrence so woni a rare call now person of farm who bet me a farmer bet I was on who say yes we a system so because no nipa bia ye nipa side bia person ko bia obetumi akọ na say ye be wo na wunya social support wunya family support na ye be wo in this nuclear system yi. That's all papa we are. That's all papa. O ma men so kope yi be ma fufuro bi no say mo ye obi ma. Ni nkwala no o ma be miserable e wo wiase because presently hale pa say wofafo o mu di o ma attention be ko o wo fa asefo so. E na say so aware no enye strong bi mu. Aware pa ye family system no. Ye ni free material be share wa article 111 no. A weaken your marriage system. So, and it's time say what's your dream who ye one matter, run a matter, me and found quite dream. That me with someone say, nah, yo, something yo, matrilineal in a money post no, what can he say? One would try one more, Lawrence Bubu almost so. Who post a kutao. Pia eye critical no me buo mu ani eguso na bino wade no kre no ama me wura ho sebre wan pode ma ansan na de kra na kamide be so so am wura fi so who question me abusa me na me come out answer na se me kwa me ko so fi se time against you so we can skip say uni hwi afoforo ka de aye yen fancy why yen fancy why yen fancy thank you very much ofa kwame ana motin in kano em say ofa kwame ye wi de na che say abet wo ho abet wo ho Over body, what a man can.
Metonka, papa.
And a bamaso.
I drink as a papa.
Beautiful. Now, I wish I'm for here there. Good. You, and yet, me a very certain same come on, what's a cry fine home.
Papa.
Any boy and come on. Udi and yeti. What it? Udi and yeti. Boy and come on.
Network in a hammy. Now,
okay.
Boy
and come on.
Papa. Me the befi baby a offer eden asem no ewie no. Ena me ne ye adwen wo ho baby bebre kakra de. We dey me fan say bebre baby owie na asem yi. Papa won say ye problem a ye wo ama ye na before ya ka kire ni say. Se broni ya de bi ne normal no de obeye no enyew because of say fibu ni ho na aba ne de yafa na nipa ni bia otaka asembo yi ewo ha fire na otaka pa say the moment bia ombe introduce ade bi say ade we na ye hwe no say ye de toto ye na nkasa ya setran no ne ye hwe say ade na ye no ebe boye papa de ntia meka we nyina ne say obi ka
overbody or overbody say baby I won't know issues about connection him so it's a bit imagine here and then we can let you come in once again but for now there my main call Nana Sika swear na Nana Sika enka bi tina na sika sa wotimin ka bama so the cash man
Papa
bama so
Papa I drink na want to say
nyame adom ye ho ye pa na nso e
Papa
good
Go also, Papa.
Hey, waba okay me say ahoma ne te koy on
Oh, network here near Hammy Pow. Let my ba obi man so. Papa, then I can say,
yeah, je bomba de ni bi na ebeboa why
okay. Mama nya ntem na me wie ne pako.
Okay, all right. Now let's come back to train.
Why? I can say. Wait there, Mr. Mo. Yeah, Papa, me kan nyina ne say. Abrofo no say, "Oh, ba, kra na say want me a system ni bi wo so, ye wo social kra ti mi hwe nkra no, enti nya abusua bi na be hwe no, say ne na papa kan." But obi kra wa abrochire ha wo tu kwan no, ye abusua asase ne ton ye. Ene ye ni me kro no mu kra say yetimi wo mma be 3, yes oh, sika ni fie enti no me matre ama wo de, ene ye mienu na maka ne bi academical ni ye hwe ye de mo start primary no we na e good enti ye di sika ni nyina hwe we. Na mo amaka no mo hwefie no mo adi wachi papa na chi no makofo mo no de sa nipa no hwie na benefit ne ba na baka se o me de me ne me yire ne me ma bi ya tra ba bi anya to me no na ankoye because of say bruni dia banti no ye ba bi e fi ba no enye bibia na ye betimi aka se ye o yire no ma mini wo bi eton obusua kokko na de ne ba buruchire oba ya obefa na yire ne ne ma ene ni bi ya na yire ne ma because aba buruchire but ni yire fi se obusua kokko na eton ye no se ye de guo se ye chemu a anka bi ani nua na oka fie no ono so de ewo mbi onwenti ye nhwe saa no ma se ya nhwe saa no ma na ebema ye no ma ni nyina ta bia na ba se kwasi ko no ogina nkwantia ai se ya ma justice na anya adwuma fine ablabo ni de enka se wawo man menhwe omo but se ni ofa ka no abusua ni bi wo ho a ne papa no kura no oni ahoden ni nua ba no ene hwe no ni ne wo fa na hwe no ne wo fa na hwe ne die nti na wo fa hwe because bi a papa koko no mo de mo no ni nyina kodi be ma na ne ma me nua be ma no wo na epan ni nti mo no wo no ho nti ni nsam wo na ode abehwe no wo fa se no iti se unua ajapade anase ade a ese de hwemu nyina no na onua no kura on me isa no me de kura me fanya example me isa ketekete a me start se ndoko school me sister mpanfo mienu ene ka bo mu so mo hwe me na because no mo ma nyini me na me last na mo hwe me eti saa no me wi a me se me yere ne me ma na bia me sister no so kura na me kan omu nyina kura ba akokura de ya re a ne pension sika so no ba ko so ewo ho osisi a tu ni nyina akora na yempanyifo omu de kunu minya sika me se me yere ne me mantimi mfi omo no omu makora ho a ese metimi hwe omo because ebi asa sika no omu de sie na omu de be hwe omu manka omu ma no ko mani o ye kan na ye kan be si se sa yi asem ya na o fa kufini alese preso gidigidi e wo hai se ye se ya problem no enye Ghana problem no nya ndisi ni MPP ye nipa na e wo mu no ofa kwame ba ye na gidigidi no abeka si o NDC ni MPP enye eye ofa kwame ka ho ofa kofi ka ho me ka ho because ye NDC but nye omo ye egu akire no instead of say best kire no kra na ka kire nipa say adie we na nanado wonu waban ye enye ye nka no kra kire no ye beka say o obi aba na aka ade ni nyina bo but o ka bo mu sa so a ye te oman mu na ye to aba 2020 ye ko sign peace ayi ema ni nyina ba TV so no mo sign peace yi ni nyina achi no obi ama peace mro ne bon krofo 82 tentenku omo enkrofo no mo sign peace yi no mo wira fi say ya sign peace yi ni yakum amanfo no mo te ho enti na usa fra o say we ye Roma Karika Ibusha conference nti mumra na ye sign peace ni enku amanfo ma because of say nanado na kum krofo manti no ye free ye nko a na obi so ma na beka say MPP ni NDC a ye be bresa because ye mpe no kre no kure ni yempe no kure before and Ghana near before kura Ghana for particular yempe no kure but ye decide ye wenso ye na oye na ebisi o man mu a ye nyina na ye be fesi adentina na nado time wo ya ade ne ntimi nka nkire se Ben Achampo se Ben ayiya ono minister yi o kana se ne ntimi nchini pa ne ma carry conference won kan se ade we na wo ye no fansa be shekrata se boni bi si a won sam a woka no wa insight anaso won amaku won ma problem abadi pawu na se ekofa NDC na oti ba bi se ya hwe na adwene mo baba ba respond na adwene no ekura peace council so baba respond so ma respond o se ono numra bi omra mede MPP NDC no omra mede se yantimi asechire yesi ankase na nabani enti no kura no ni e ka kire nipa na sete bia ye de be fra MPP economy ye enkoso ya ye kase economy ya bubu ya NDC ti opposition ye nya ye ya MPP ni NDC enti e ba sa be manipa no de odi nsehunu no obe free se o se midi nkwasasam kura me won krofo bu ho a ese omo hodum accountable omo hodume de on be kan se menimi nua no batade ne ye obi anti ne yetutu obi adi ne ye de ahye John Muhammad Tama na dum so ho no kra ye se John Muhammad era dum so ye de hyena adenti na aduru obi de so ne ye kan ye pese ye ni general ye de fra obi otenche yanka se John Muhammad ne kofo tam na dum so ba ye John Muhammad kofo na ote so no wanye enti na dum so ba ye de share John Muhammad na de bibia besi bia yanka se ye nim se asomasi na ye ade we ye se yankosan peace sese Send this for crowd to Omona Kono Casamo called the Omachakwa, and me nyansa, me who I don't know muti. Nanyansa no muti. Because only every day the yaw na yaw there. Yet the yaw and I say peace cancer for no more can say Omagine or fear no more episode masor and tenacia. And so almost secret no chrono catcher ni pan say. Asuma see, one on crow for no mamuna mubuna. Yes, see a 2 about most mon sorreno. And yes, I cannot. Enti monfa monsa me shekrata se mo ye no ye na bi si man mu a ye be hodu akuso awodo ene wo krofo ye hodu mu because mo na mo kan ne obi na kan ye ne mahama na be kan ye ne we na be kan ye pa kwasindum na kan ye ne alai na kan ye ne cheda na kan ye enti cheda ne alai ne NDC de adenti na step from eba sa asemu nipa no repetitions oguso repeat ne nkrofo repeat ye to aba ye mfa ma ye hand over ye to abaya hand over nipa nkra me responde o se obi mra me sign peace council me wonya say wo mu say o kotran say o sign peace council o ko sign peace accord say accord nan kasa kro se peace yi no mo kotran say ye no last election ye twam no ye ko sign bi ye kum nipa 10 ye kum nipa 8 ye kum nipa 6 ya nka hwe sa nkwasafo no mo hye mo kaso so say o mo de tete wo ye twa sika mo o mo cathedral nti o mo ntimi nka bibi no o mo nte Ghana na ye kum krofo no enti edu ba bia na sa asem no na hina mama ahye nipa bo na ye di sa asem we nso tra o man ne mpanyfo ne tra man na bibia ye ba ni general ne ye sekire enka se bia asomasi papa smale de ayiba ha no we ye mistake a ye bodin ne akasa ye fine ye nka se because of say bia me ma be kasa ni nti mu nyina na makasa ye mfine mo na mu ye dede na mu ye de ye fine wa o kasa ya na se wa ofomra no ye bodin ne ye wa tua o fine enti se ye nya sa nya twom no na se ye betra sitem bia ye de ade na MPP NDC a o man no ye se ya ye so ye kan ho bi
yo enti se metiwasi ya ohun yan kan kire yan otime nka
meto nka pa biti o
okay enti se metiwasi ya yan kan kire eye empanyufo no se die twam no o ma meka bia de ebesi ne mo mo nka bi yenya ne sa amomo
se die twam no o ma meka bi so beka bia ade no papa yan ka se mo mo nka bi o ba bia no kra ne da no fato wohu se wo se ayi kwasi manu na akɔwia obi ode ne sa to no boto wani pia nipa no se ode ne sa to asomasi botom no owia na ode kɔ a okɔ wagina ho manipa de ko owie ase kageti afo no mo ya kronfo wo so hu no nipa no nyese wo hu no
okay
nipa no na ekɔ no wawie ade na ode kɔ no ye police so ye hwan o se kageti afo ha nyina se meche mu de kogum but wani pia nipa no nyese wo hu no wohu se asomasi na ekɔyi na meka se enu nti ye tutu din no ya bo bia din a champion se hwan no akana several times na kufu akana several times omo nkyere me de nti omo pese enkrofo no ba besan peace yi de nti no so NDC for ba besan peace yi e de na NDC for kan entokwa be na omo no we mo konti omo ba besan se yan hwe no kra nim ni ya mia kro ni ya enko sana me de meka.
Okay, all right.
Even though last time mo sign ya no so kra no omukum nipa wie mo meka ho hwe. Enti che say the other party no agimi omo ye mbre kakra nti no bibia na mo de krata ba oh mo mre woni e be sign peace o no mo be sign ma mo mfa tuonko no mo de ete wo mo mfa tuonko na the other one no obekum mo no mo kọ because omo de ye ntafo yes emwa
yo that's it of a body enso edie eno no eti better of a body as him say ebreno ekopa and then I need to possibly also run up eti amema nanasika so that ho yes nanasika yenko ati yenko afide yenko of a body awie dia onso bra ka bi yenko nanasika
Papa Michel mo fa Kofi Chumberema.
Ojo so.
Papa.
Yes.
Medin kan aka won videos say there can never be peace without justice. Se prepare yo. Any nukredie. Any nyansa. Anya dwuma ewo man bia mu a. Asundue fe na asundue. Ye nya bida. Adana Ghana ye oman a ye free ya ho say ye Christopher dodo na ye Christopher Christo so gya ho ma asomdue eno kwa de fa nto nchen ono kwa ne krom Israel bu kwa asomdue kwa ma hoda anti sa Christo di na gya ho ma asomdue no kwa no enye ne kra force because ne krom Israel ho no aye wo no ho no asomdue ma hoda me mani free ade nten ye fa nto nchen Ghana machichiri Christo son dia soa me fa boadin ene nasefo omu nyina ka ho Pentecost ma boni keshe de soa ejiri yo baba nan ne kuradie pa o se de ye adwuma keke na ye ni pakum oha atete we sanyoma ni nyina so betwa no yetimi mfa nya adwuma eno no agise de esa kohye apamase. Enti sebisi ka omanya omye nyansafo a enti Ghana eka ho ana because oman bia omye nyansafo no omukoto aba oyone ensi enipa kunkum ensi we have a way bucket we have a way ballot box we are kotin we are kokawe ebi ensi sa oman mitimu bi omunko asole omkra de omuna de asole ba so asole kra omunko kwa asole na so mko aba asumdie di obi akotina bo bi akonfie mo a mo na mo siese mo fa Kristo abomobo mo ko to aba Jesus de zakoshe apam ase enti se ye begina ha na ye kan kre na kyeremo a ya Yanjina akuma pam. Enti asofo na de biom ko nya so de mu preach na Yesu bawo na ye papa o na boni nyo. This clearly tells you say some messages now ko gina ho preach e de kire congregation ni na sebe eye ehurasem. Because some messages no mu preach no the congregation no touch your heart and it means you shall so pa e wo mo so mo adwan sesa anke ekoto ba anka sofo bi ana Roman Catholic bishop conference blah bi ana Catholic bishops of Ghana Kubia ana evangelical ana pastors group of or Christian council bi amejira be bia say obi mbra na ye fa ensa kwahye apamada kase na ye fa ensa kwahye asumdua apamase. It doesn't make sense. Sabe omanya asumdue nim no na yes anema we. United Kingdom ha. Bonzi akoto aba me akase ekoye fasting da. Ye akoto aba na say recently. Mutese ye betwa fasting. Say ye fa ye funto ye bompaye ani ko ja so de bompaye nche nyame bi. Na o masumdue mra.
adwene no adwene na ɔsɛ yɛ ho adwuma so sɛ yɛbɛhu sɛ yɛbɛyi so yɛ adwene no na yɛ good judgment nneɛma pɛprɛyɛ ne nokoredie ne nyansa de ntentema mu ɔwɔ yɛ daadaa abrabɔ mu no masa saa day nursery nneɛma wei ɛso ntwa da ɛfiri sɛ asɔfo no mu gu asɔre dɛm nya 99.9% ɔmo nyinaa yɛ corruption ɔmo nyinaa yɛ corrupt including imams including nananom akɔmfoɔ no dodoɔ no ɔmo nyinaa yɛ akorɔmfoɔ ɔmo nyinaa yɛ corrupt ne kuradie no abɔ wɔ mo na baabi a Ghana yɛ nyina du baabi a yɛduru yi ɛwɔ abrabɔ mu Ghana is over 50 years yɛ kɔto abae no so gye sɛ yɛsa akɔhyehyɛ apamase asa ansa ne yɛhu sɛ ɔsɛ yɛbɛwɔ akɔto aba no ma asomdua aba aba sɛ democracy no ɛne yɛhu sɛ yɛsi practice na yɛmfa aborɔfo no adeɛ ma wɔ mo na yɛmfa yɛ own way a yɛde bɛdi yɛn ho so because in democratic dispensation no mente bi abakɔsɛm da ɛwɔ ani amanyɛ atu mpɔn atwa yɛn ho ahyia sɛ yɛwɔ akɔto aba ma yɛtutuo akum nipa 8 na apam na yɛde yɛn nsa hyɛ ase de bia yɛkɔto aba no mdɔm nsa akɔhyɛ ase no makɔforo otumfoɔ no abɛtena hɔ na archbishop ma abɛtena hɔ na yɛde yɛkɔto aba no at the end of the day yɛto aba no wie na pipempim si ayɛ na ɛdeɛ na ɛyɛ ɔmo yɛfa ho ayɛ na ɛkɔsi sɛn ɛdeɛ asa no mka kyɛ two parties no ana yɛto aba ma results na aba no deɛ ndɛ noa no deɛ ɛbɛsi akyire bia na ɛnyɛ asie wie yɛmfa problem a yɛmfa solution to the problem na ɛsi yɛ no biom nyɛ gya to hɔ saa nti Ghana ma no yɛbisa sɛ nti mpanimfo wɔ mu anaa ɔma no ɛda hɔ mpanimfo wɔ papa ma memfa nsɛm obi mbra bi meda
yo nana sika ɔse yɛmfa nsia nice one na nana sika awie deɛ a mehwɛ me list ne so a na yɛ sɛ aka ɔwɛ ma mehwɛ sɛ ɔwɔ a na champon obɛtumi akasa kadakyie wote me nka kadakyie wɔ hɔ yo kadakyie ɛnti me nka deɛ a wɔte me nka kadakyie bama so
papa
bama so
adwenkɛsie wode koyi ɛnɛ matie
sao
adwenkɛsie matie bebree wode koyi papa koyi pa
koyi ma on
sɛ amanfo o sɛ
koyi ma on
koyi papa koyi ma papa so koyi ma papa pa dino koyi ma papa pa sɛ me metie ase dino matie contribution ni nyina a just my enjoy and papa metia duane mu nyina papa me da ase
thank you very much owa na champo ana motere kano my Dr. Jingo mra we are obosonfo I'll come to you why Dr. Jingo so what me kano I ready so back be there bama so doc all right him say doc ene obe receive nko right nti yenko obosonfo eso na obosonfo enso nkabi obosonfo bama so
adwenkɛseɛ papa
na
chia
so pa
me gidi sɛ wo yɛ mu yɛ pa
nyame adu bibia yɛ fine pa why bibia yɛ fine pa yo ɛne
nkɔmmɔ no so kama sɛnea ɔwɔ ahene kaeɛ no ɛkɔ yie paa wotumi hu sɛ adwenkɛseɛ paa nti wei deɛ nso ɔmo aka adwenkɛseɛ no nyinaa ma no asa nti mekora deɛ menim a mebɛka sɛ na meba kyɛ sɛ nam dodoɔ nsɛ nkwan na papa mehyɛ aseɛ no yɛ papa Alan Kyerematen ɛyɛ ɛndɛ mene wo kasa sa mmerɛ tiefoɔ a mutie nyinaa menim sɛ bama so deɛ yɛ nyinaa no yɛ dwumadi a nti yɛwie yi a papa de ne dwumadie no to hɔ a pɛ na wakɔ akɔtie papa ɔhyia the fourth estate of the realm ɛyɛ the media press no the press media no nti saa mmerɛ a mene wo kasa yi anaasɛ tiefoɔ a mutie yɛn your papa Alan John Kojo Martin, the leader and the founder for Movement for Change. Okay, in the near Opesodin Sakra, your papa Ghana, Abo Ghana and Sakra, papa Abo Ghana, Senior Jones Abo Akokono. Okay, in the Nina, when yourself could do. Papa will say, I say, my auditor, but must we, yes, or see the self criticism and as a
being critical on your own.
Papa no wetu na mopa o se na we Ghanani a o crave for change na se utimi admit so say the 32 years of MPP NDC amboa ye nkwan dia na e wo se utimi ede o support o energy on paibo ede ta ye papa Alan chi na ombra na ombenye bribi ma ye nhwe nyesa ha enti e besre ni anom say yenye biribi foforo me mfa nsakra foforo embreye nti papa maka no ewie no na wo se Mr. O
so maka ni nyina ewie o maka ni nyina ewie de na yenye ni kire yenye ni kire yenye ni kire
papa kakra mpese medical unze na unze wo kan ze nkana me penetrate no self criticism na sense how can we be critical of our
the question is right. I would say when it comes to say the NPP being critical of the NDC, right? And vice versa. Now the question is, what if say the energy with which I did critical on others.
Criticize it.
We use that same energy or even more than that, critical on our owner. What would have been the results?
That would be perfect, Papa. It will be perfect, and that is what I think. Say, as a human being and as every institution, no, you should focus on. Say if per se we develop as individual and as a group, or per se we develop progressively. Or say ultimate direct our energy, no, ultimate allocate a reasonable quota of energy in criticizing yourself, and I say would a subject to criticism and I say critical analysis. And yes, sir. Now say because I think say it's a first line of self-empowerment.
First line of self-empowerment. Okay.
Self-empowerment.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Carry on.
So ubenya sa nyansano. That sense of seeing the necessity of mounting and as allocating a reasonable amount of energy in analyzing yourself, and I say criticizing yourself. Okay. Yeah, I mean, him say, bro, no papa. Sometimes, but UK, Bamasoya na high finish and I say, yeah, bro, for Nina. But say, Utimi, who say, yeah, I said, yeah, necessary say. Say, be out here, so the only Musa and you be a baby, be out, be a canfa. But say, oh, films are now, there's a one repository of correction. Utimi, correct amount for. But so wait to me, I want to so take a moment. I won't say no. Me criticize, and I say make a kake no. Now me so, and then a man for beating me a car for me, and I say what could I have been doing wrong? Now say in the absence of any external criticism, no, can I initiate internal criticism? Yeah, now what am I not doing right? Your actions or inactions. Have you taken a moment say? Okay, piano paper be no. Could that be a move be could have flouted somebody's freedom and I say obi assume peace how could you do it next time better and prevent it? Instead of Papa, Alan Martin, I see that man say, or you be a progressive and he's open for development. Papa, prior to this delegate congress with engagement with the external branch executives. No, Papa, Alan is the first candidate to admit. On the Osha say now can say NPP criticizing NDC, NDC criticizing NPP. No, for the first time I heard a presidential candidate, and as aspirant, yeah, that was an aspirant, admitting said the party is not in a good position and the party did not deliver. A lot of promises are part in Yema Ghana for no. We are not able to deliver. He admitted it and pointed out the areas, sectors he thought say we could have performed better. The MPP party could have performed better. By then now he was in the MPP, no one free you. Wamba Meka say over focus on the opponent, say NDC and John Mahama, and I said what Mahama didn't do. That wasn't his focus. But within the party internally, no, he was able to allocate a reasonable amount of energy to analyze and assess the performance of the MPP, a party that he played a key role in. That is a responsible person. That is a man who takes responsibility and does not run away from his mistakes. And Tubakaya Papa, now some of the factions, the other opponents, Baumia especially, now they were saying, say, if Alan cannot brag of the achievement of the MPP, what is there to achieve? Of the Nanado and Baumia, what issues is he going to campaign on if he should be elected a flag bearer? So the fact is that he has decided to criticize himself internally and the party he belonged to, a party he has invested in, and he has a common interest in. Other members of the party, other candidates, and other delegates were against him. And Papa, that is why I tell you that Alan is someone if Ghana 4 would take a moment, if you're not close to him, you will probably not know the type of person he is. And when it comes to we amounting and us allocating energy, a reasonable amount of energy in analyzing ourselves or subjecting ourselves to critical assessment and see how we do things better, what are our flaws, what could we build upon, the weaknesses, the goods, and all that. Now, Papa and Nameka is the first line of self-empowerment, because with that, you are setting up a foundation to help others. Because your criticism is not just going to be say you just want to criticize because you hate someone. And in fact, the word hatred, Neskrano, will be out of your objective, the reason why you are criticizing. And you realize that within and outside yourself, your criticism would look constructive and progressive. And before achieving that, you need to allocate a reasonable amount of energy to assess yourself and be able to criticize yourself. Then you have that power to what? Criticize others. Inti Papa, emreno I we inti medibesi ha kakra mede babeka na makani anu mabeka nbebre. Inti I don't need to add more.
Okay.
Inti Papa mesro medibesi ha.
Yo.
Na emripemuno we have to revisit this because and any idea, it's somehow we say it's pride. People don't want to swallow and all that. Now people recklessly, irresponsibly think say they are not they are being quarantined from criticism by others. And exact people are the same people now. They are very quick at criticizing other people. And see, Papa, now Brian Champo, I think said that guy, I don't know.
Yo, what's your friends here? Why? Why?
Yeah, fancy.
Thank you very much.
Papa, Papa. Hey. Papa engaging media because once they were producing GTP plan, and Papa, that is also another fine thing about this man, that he knows what he's doing. Okay. The fourth estate of the realm, this is the media. And if he produces a plan and the same voices of the people, he does not engage them for them to read the plan, and if there's any question, because there's a misinformation, Papa, out there, if he grants you that opportunity to go through the plan, and if you have any concerns or anything to add to it now, right from the horse's mouth, you got an opportunity to question him and seek further clarification and understanding, so that when you go out there on your media platforms now, you wouldn't miscommunicate. And if there is an opponent or someone who's trying to skew the plan now, you will be well informed. Say, no, that is not how it is. Papa, this is a fine move by this man. Parties who are producing manifestos should engage the fourth estate of the realm because they are the mouthpiece of the people. Now we will have no can we know we can not pass. Papa, this is the change we want. This is the transformation we want in the way we do our things in Ghana. And may God bless Alan John Kojo Martin for taking that bold decision in bringing and driving the change now here for our prosperity. Papa,
all right, thank you very much. What was on for? And so I don't know. You I'm say can I watch the abapa home. However, men meet me, and then we can round up beautifully. Eti Abe, Otimenka, your final words perhaps in 2 minutes. Yanko. Because I have no call here, no problem. Abe, say Otimenka, you two who and Yanko. And yes, Adia, any Kwabena way. Kwabena no, okay. One less. Say Kwabena no what? Mamma call Wafa. Kofi nso no ho ne shebo pontem monarch nso no ho. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. Nati bongo nati yo nko baby nati
Baba, Isaac Bessie, we both say Vita. Oh, my friend Isaac, what's in the way? I say we both say Vita.
You, any your final word?
Papa, a to review wow, film. Mind no nyatrum edoso. Oh, on says I am come, I be dinner at the piano. Mimi huna hafi. Tribua mit me many. But he nipa nyatrum cry, be cross with me. A drew baby as he and cano cry. You perceive a katakata, so this I had any day. Majority of Ghanaians no, a woman. But when it comes to Abatwa to Papa, we share the definition of chaos. Nema edebano. Papa, so who reading Nema edeba? I'm say, I can't say my champon. Some be a banner say, oh, you'll be a so dog and now you'll be a cross no ABMP, no Pecrana. So to me, cannot cry saying, send you on a could just simply to the Yano cry. And the class, no, say, we could take us answer. Because Papa. Say ye share nano kotokone has been kai ubi ayaw ye kwa bobo na boala ye kobono ba kwa ye din ye na dwuma ko so sori o say ne kwan bia mefa so amawi ni match we die ne me ni the person is not talking about bia the players motivation or the mo na the asem ne person ye kan ohui me can say that kind of conflicting interest ya ye we kasa mu no somebody ne wo mu ana papa me to me nya hwe obi person ne me be kontokwa na wo be kasa me say me am to na sabi o me nya ma just be kontokwa no wo se wo be kasa atre me a masa me ntia se nipo na ne buafu ono person o kontokwa na se wo kan se masa enkwasa sam na person wudi no ntokwa na wo person wo kono ne krakra ne say na wa kire na se mu na se me me timi ba bi a sabi o me bunfu ye e na sabi o me nko bi na ne buafu minim asam kra wa kote ano person ni be kontokwa na nya bre o pitasekan na wo yasofo na ogina ho na say wo be tie mienu na ne pa ne won fasekan na mekumi ana sa ya asofofo na ya omudi ABCC o mapampam de say ubakube a won say wo pai kube na yi ne hono ni firi mu a kube edwan pa no aya kube edwan kakaka ni bi no yi se mema kube no on say wo pai mu mienu na yi na ba ni firi mu a na ye kurukuru abi o de yi bi aswetwa mu ti so sa se hunu no mo te Ghana o sa o bitimi nka no frɛ
kwesi ya reference ya wa why
oh papa it's not true asema okay ukwa ye politics na didi etim ni atwa obi akogina baabi asema okay it's something that is Jimmy Sam mame eni kwa say wo break camp okra no wo just Japan a wo no Ghana no eni kwa okay kasa kwa asem no because say BBC say here ebia wo hotel ni the first na obi dija ebetum e ka dey say okogina simpie so kokeka sa enkwasa asem we na afofo we gu Ghana da bia mo say ayi na me papa nkrofo mo say nyema esi o mo na si twan unhuru mo ba bia no me I don't trust them because appetite say no ho wi ese ne bottom a second bi say no ho a bi say no ho a etu bi unhuru Oh, break jump on and say Mumu Franca say, Yasrawa, Yababe Twaba. Mukasa be na say Okasa, Mwa. Oh, was friend this before so made just yet. Papa.
Okay.
But I mean just yet.
All right.
So, it's your best. Afofophobia omudi kube hunu bi atwatwa mutia omuti wo tese nya toni do mbe dia ko omuyam ne tese min kum nyanti ye kro na yesa no ye besre na papa nkrofo bi dey from ye tese aglow say him fa won he hem say mi ase na me tese omubom pai pa o na say na me say minim say sabofo no wadwane ko so why dey yo e fi ne frame ba bi agrom tu ko hia independence you bomb pie pa so when you na bi mbom ka nya atwom na aya na nya atwidi e no kre so ho emre ne yaduru baby a em se ye nyina nim de ekoso amani ye bi nem so still na no em se expectation wo ha na niema so nwa ye den ka we ne hiam pai bo no dem se obia te e dia den ti papa yesra asofofo no omu na bible kita omu a omu na se nyame ayi omu mimiti nyame emfrɛ me bia me de nyame minim kwan ye ka so nyame afrɛ obi a me metima ka so ti ase aha me wo me niam a me ya no no say okay me so nyame afrɛ me but omu na omu ayi omu nim say nyame afrɛ omu kita bible ye ka bible a eye a kristofo hu book a nyansa ni nimdie wom ekita omu ana omu kra so say omu sori anoma hye bibi say jarabia from na say omu wi anoma sa de kobe hunu bia pata oma pampamu sa na say omu tiri nyi kro mu be say be hu but adwem boni ayom say ma say kom so
yo ye be do ase awezi yesu ezo no yo awesi awie dia mame ma ofa kwame ezo emra se bombare also oteba bi ntino nya de obetimi aba ntino ofa kwame ye go your final word
ene die na America MPP ni ndi sia semi die omni omo ba so mbese o mai na keke nti ehwe se ebetumi abompa ye ma na on de wati asie se Ghana ehia chen sa parties no na se Ghana for beto ama no ono so aba bekinyi constitution na mai India ene hope ho.
Okay, all right then ofa Kwame, thank you very much. Bema Benewa, say you should have come before for Kwame. It's your final word. Mama relax mood. Why? My mood no
Papa, yeah, na me intio come auntie. That was from me.
Mood no no
Papa, I na maka no say when say we ase no de enkofobu wo ha o monte neutrality ase. Say ka so be neutral. Na de na say wa kan bia ma wenti. But obi be ka say pepepe ye ama asumdwe ma. Nti we na ekoso no obi a wabɔ masum na wafre mienu no sɛ yɛmra na obesiesi ɔbɔ masum woka utimi ka no korɛkyerɛ no simple but amanfoɔ sɛ asumboɔ no ntimi and justify sɛ enti memeni ho kwan sɛ me so mereate a na opani papa bia so ni hɔ a obedi ma sɛ mama me well ai sɛ ma yɛhia ni memfa ma werɛ hɔ nkɔda nti no I think sɛ saa na wiase no hu no a ɛsɛ sɛ me hu no saa ɛnyɛ saa de a ono say ntwa yie so omo friend isi aka ho no na mum so omo pese pepepe ye adwuma omo ntena se me ma ne ma ya omo kasa 2016 omo kasa 2020 omo kasa 2012 na omo kasa 2024 obi anche obi a Ghana no enye obi a de se de no for twimu kan Ghana ne ye nyina ye dia enti se obi wo Ghana one thing is say kasa nyansa doesn't mean say de odwene ne nyansa gu ahuro bebre papa Sadoso. It will be adding in India, be adding an tim. It is a one who is say now per se corner. Has them grow ya mechanic of a body buy of a can, the same thing the American. A quasi buy the okay, nyatrim, any day, and it's a winning papa no way jana o grofaho. It didn't how say a bayans as some say, ye mu ya nimu obia ya kuni pang or train. Na yen peace for 8 years. Only a chrono mamma on papa mo. Ebi ana omo na omo paduane mo mudi na omo survival ye ko omo so why free education amanfo no a wo ko omo no omo na omo finance bi no mo omo ko school my friend come on dino ere de papa say de tie no na make can say we ase nyina say we na ye no kore na ye nko ne saa ye be ko saa na ye mu bi no de ye nyi ntum but ebi a to me na de ye ko Ti me de manu ase papa me da ase
All
pa
right,
ne.
thank you very much. Bema benewa. I don't know. Ebise yes, obi akabi. Obi akabi. Oba bena. Me pona wo bo. Oba bena.
Oh, Kapra.
Bamaso.
Kapra. Na
Bamaso.
me baso na me ko. Me baso na me ko. Alan,
yes, so it meets the media
right now.
Into we are monitoring.
Masona be three. Me ye three things at the same time.
I see.
Me ba na me ko. Well, Natibongo, in fact, my mama say I'm who the main campo. And then Kubenu so.
I said, Colano, so Mocolano.
So which I like so Kubi.
Papa, on say, no Colano, on say. Okay, a baby Muti. My brazier, my brazier, and a fafana.
Hey, also dear. Hey, my brazier, I see why.
I say, quite was answer. I just have to laugh. So what? Anyway,
it's all good.
Back and forth there, but me and Mama Kasami no mo ya adwen. Nyatwem no doso e wo kronim. Doso too much. Doso. Nyatwem no kra ne brof ye beka ne say hypocrisy. Too much. Say obi was our position. This are a name between nti se wa kase ya unim omo ase bi mu fa wa asem te se asem prekope a omo de ya de sisi ma wo kwan na wo begina baby na wo kasa se oma enchene eba wo kasa mu kakra. You are somebody in we say minister and I say deputy minister.
So a cabinet minister.
Something like cabinet minister. And then you kojina platform so simply talking to people. Now making certain pronouncement. I said you. I said me say na me kwan be ma wo Ghana wo hwe ana. Ebi mo hwe aso so sem.
Hey. As I was like
there be sometimes people as if omo kwan na to me nkuta omo. Ohu nya den saa o. Asema oka obi hu obi ahia. Obi owa they have nothing to lose. E wo wi asem ha. Se bi abrabo no anko yi ama no. Nti obi betima ma obi 100 Ghana. Kra se wo ha me 100 Ghana. Because the omono they have nothing to lose. Ebi so also na e breadwinner. Wonjuma wa bi through wajuma bi no. Oma obi ensa corner no etimi de hwe ne family. Until they think said they are in arrogance of power. Now you're too much. Now acquire DB say ye Ghana hono. This is both MPP and NDC. Omuno matna kunyane so. Each time we are a dream mea omufra kunyana basono. Omo to trasem is a different level. Mukasa anyhow. I mean, these two parties each and every time. Let's all go back and watch. Edu time on before kunyane so ha omo kasa ni ya say they are more human than anybody over there. Musu nkofo na to abama mo benya asa na ma position na mo di no. And I na mitimi show ma asema okaka ehu hia. Ehu hia pa. Saying you think you are untouchable? Is that what this is about? Me say 100 cedis obetime kum e wo Ghana ho. 100 cedis pay. And he said, and Natibonko care about so for no. In fact, Omo annoying. Seem be the way that Omo more annoying than anybody over there. Nyachum if you go to Ninia Machine, it doesn't represent any Omo cry corrupt and diabolical than anybody over there. Because Penny out Fiema and Koda Jimino, I said, Fumba, can't be chira Penny no so. Ma setting myself as leaders in the community. And near me, of course, Muna Musimu leaders, Mumma Adrian, Etimi, Ede Abotoyeba, Mumu, Vijina, Hamunsa man, Munema, we are crashing the paper more. And then will be a coca, same say now coffee. And this is one almost on my market, I'm no more as him. Because smart Debiana, ya tagi say, and NDC for Nuna, yes, rags or say tags or whatever. MPP4 are equally the same as NDC4, if not even more. Nipa yakoto aba omuwi. Imagine said that thing has happened under NDC4. No kabe hu MPP4. That phone number tenase abe kotu brofo adai seti abai settings baby a FM kura no mo de ahye ho. And but we are all Ghanaians. Are some people more special than others? Is that what this is going on over there? This is something I would dream one won't say, ye kuro no. So ye MPP ni, so ye NDC ni, so ye Afrafoto ni, so ye CPP ni, ye nyina kuro ni, one ye free. Or mine mu asumdwe wuma, it benefits everybody. It doesn't benefit one party. Because you identify yourself as Ghanaian. You don't say I'm NDC or I'm MPP. You said I'm a Ghanaian. We are all Ghanaian. So when we are doing things, it should be say Ghana na hoto. Now the big you can say or my sometimes some of them they don't think. HSS a come see Ghana as you say economy na say patano. Come din kofo a crime o koso. Nipe ha no. Wa wosi wasi fie wo adwuma bi ohun obi te ho na ekomo de na wonya aduane ndi a eduru emremu ede na otwe sika ya wo fie na ode ba wo so it is so def mo amowo enwuma na wo adwuma wo bibie wa no akasa wo mo ba ji so do kan your place will be a target no matter what the security you think you have wo betimi di soldier for 20 you say nipa 1,500 even 100 call soldier for 20 so a ombe overcome them. People need to think. Yet see here, look at West Africa, any other part of Africa, near me do we think as if you say to me, see Ghana? Oh, really? I think for us, IMF for Korani, what do you call it? America for now, interesting security. Now, security, we don't have any security over there in Ghana. But they have invested there, and they intend to get their money back. So they will beef up security kakaramaye. Because investment without any returns coming in. They don't behave like that. Obi also what background now? What poor security agency move America? You go join our kasasa. And na baby our year no code of conduct to the answer won't be. I will material say no minimum accident on count. But training no mean go training be. And sometimes some of these things we shouldn't encourage it. And you have people from the set of the party defending this nonsense. Huh? I'm able to me dream say it is your no more. If you're in your said galam say I say no. Omana say mine. Omba na galam say so akosun to man no ma sense as in you no man no no. But the man you baby no person you to trust some free Ghana. Na baby omo akwoti mindful from kwotena no from to trust them no kwotena ho no. No mo come say abato na yekoto. Do e da be ni wo. E duru ho na nipa na omo te ho no mo so mbeto ama no amato mo so mu wiem na mbeto na obi ho no ma ye wiem cross ya well. She said the krum no. Because people say that not because they are weak. Oh. People say not because they are stupid. Oh. Because they want a peace of mind. They want to enjoy the environment. They should get that thing clear. Say, people want their peace of mind. Because it is better to be in a country than the Jatum. Ima be say, Ebasua enkoda enema ene the most vulnerable. Nti ono ni ironima. Why then me obi bibisa no be defend. I don't know if who would defend no. Sabio we more buffoon than the Okans asem. I don't even know. Sometimes you don't want to say certain things, but that is the way to describe certain people. Ni campus. No Google Chrome. Just like that. They talk anyhow. But on election, so you do an asem. Election. sɛ woyɛ wo nneɛma nia ɔman no to aba ɛyi nipa sɛ mo se mo wɔ nyansa bɛtumi ayɛ ɔman no yie ɛti makɔgyina line no de me kɔkurotu me power ama wo sɛ kɔ na yɛ nneɛma yie na mene me fiefoɔ yɛnyɛ adwumanyɛ na yɛnyɛ sika to yɛbɔtom ne yɛso yɛntimi mfidi ɛ ho mokɔɔyɛ na moyɛ ne yie a ka you wouldn't be in this deep hole a ɛbɛma ayɛ saa reactions no ɛnam sɛ mo adwuma nso ani mo anyɛ deɛ yɛto aba ma mo sɛ mo nkɔyɛ no nti na you are behaving this way enti nipa n'ani aba no ho ɔkɔ a wahu sɛ tatahye gigigigi mese wo nko ana ɛbɛma wo kurom hɔ masa 100 cedis o metima knock wo down no wawu na akɔ nipa korɔ bɛyɛ saa no mesi they have nothing to lose enti ayo mo jai koko sem no because sometimes it's annoying. It's now some okay annoying, but the most you could share me bufu no more defend this man. What is there to defend? Ubekom see a man bill 500 Ghana bill. Not honum
said okay say obi to me at the hand at 100 now where you were for the honor. Sounds no obi to me 20 and 30.
That's true.
We're defending.
That's true. This election here, so you never cry. Ghanaian populists are becoming more, quote unquote, reasonable. Because I have seen, so where the politics is here, people are beginning to reason and talk about issues. It is not rather it is not rather about your friends say it is not. It is about what are you doing? What do you want to do? How is what you are saying will benefit my life? And until so who say about me akojina hana oka asema sisi ana mahama mo aso akojina ha say no maka asem say at least we are talking about issues. We are talking about issues. It will be adding issues about to pronounce. Obi so obo ma wo beto your mate. See our buy. Every time he's all over the place. And never buy was the driver's license. Oberman for 2 years, I call 5 years. How will that impact your life? You ask yourself this question if you are not a driver. Even if you are a driver, who was the car they talk and be a year? Now we talk now as those sharp ne pipe wo ho ne de keka ho kwan na nyen 2 weeks bi abesesa no nipa no mbe fro car no se economy ni nya sika be no benya de afro car me sa na me dai seti ade nya wo be keka sa wo yi no na mkofo no mo benefit from that policy now wo kan o total number yesen percentage wise in the country petrol no kra na enye stable no Musimu di gold akwa ji petrol aba. Dia muka che sesa na yesa e to petrol mu kra ya for air afete. Enya sa anom ke kan. Esu bu ko ji mu di gold you ko ji petrol bai. Da bia petrol ye tum.
These are issues that we have to interrogate. Me phone and video. Round up mama why? I mean and shall say be no me ensa no ho.
I'm so sorry. These are issues we have to talk about. Mahama so ebaye enra no ye na yi e say manifestos then they one also say wo ba be first year 100 1 for no first year 100 then they we fear them level 100 for no obema mu free e friend say tuition because e bi mu wie high school na now Muntimi go university, no matter say Muntu no sube. Now my question is why are you going to get the money from? Because you can't build in a Ghana and Hona, you krum Hona, it means build the capacity. In terms of funds, they be fund this distance. You are the same people who talk ill of a free SHS. So where are we now? Why are you saying so you are building on the free HS? It is not like these things are bad ideas, so they are all good ideas, but at this time of our life, we need somebody who will create jobs, so build industries, fix roads so that agriculture, your farmers more food will get to the market and sell. For me, the reason why I'm a supporter of Lanche Martini, practical issues about boyang na yetimi so papa, and some of the more kikenya bem. Because ye nya sa ye ntimi ntu pon obi ani bre a wo abo ka ani bre so enti obi see agriculture and economy the key pointer. That is the way to go. Me say fourth revolution ultimately starting from your fourth revolution now. Your friend is saying internet and crying am refinity and on operate. You can't bring it to Ghana because you have not built on industry and even agriculture. So what are you going more foundation you will have? And we are all over the place. I don't even know. And we sit down, you can't send me a far dream, a bebo man, no be a bejinam, you so I can't see whom so not fun who did not want Muslim penny for my dedicating myself was a bebo man soon soon. I mean, James our religions in Indino. Now, Muslim bejina who I'm need that one because this is the power in the year. Me patchom this here.
Yo,
me das.
Medwase. But and there will be a cabby. Aye, me share that pa will be at me can about 20 minutes into her. Me de ubia said the bear while sabe critical of yourself, no. And you are not do na makikan ma bonon to kama and I'm there to separate. Say was a kuti. Na and that's bungu mudi in our kone kuti. Na was I critical of yourself once again. Me do bibiase for ubia input or deba and it's been I would say an edition where more or less we have been quite critical of ourselves once again. And to be critical of your own, no, it takes a lot of effort. Instead of sometimes we want certain actions or the best to be done for our dear nation, but I bet you until you psych yourself, say whatever the consequences may be, as long as it's for the general good, no, or the greater good, no, you will embark upon that journey, no, and here along the way we start asan which say we could feed me and I'm it happens to many of us. We will start the journey, but along the way when we say emre na science say the way you could feel being critical of our own no dear and yadia ye be win and cry me say bibi Finland about bibi facheme na ne de unia mabreka kra na ye fancy ya na nyame adma ochna yemra yemfa sa energy ya nkofie na nyame adma ochna yensa mfamra yenkotie ma bank say ye Monak enyum na okachire ye no yenkotie na enyum ni sia na chese ye dwumadie no abawe ya nsa midi ni yensa no no any purpose male bye bye.
And the righteous runs to it and is safe. I don't just say the Lord is a strong tower, I have experienced it and I encourage you to do the same.
Toby Shodomu, Adipa Shodomu, waiting a mingua, that day, Namiji, Odonido, Toby Shodomu, Adipa Shodomu, Senueta, Mingua, Irangua, Namiji, boy, Otobio, Oto Fata, and Crumay. Otobio, Bia, member Cromano, Sas station we are namity, into also for feeding the tour, the table what? Data Kennedy, Macram.